read for today. We are going to get started on our daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. And grand rising to everybody joining us over on the Clock app as well. Hope you guys are having an absolutely beautiful start to your day. I'm the Grace Dragon, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, June 23rd, 2026. We are going to get started on our daily collective read in the next few minutes. But as always, the list is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, we are going to be doing a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you'd like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question: how are we doing right now? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. We've got a lot of energetic shifts that are occurring right now. I kind of told you guys ever since we had that full moon in Sagittarius, like energetically, it's kind of like the hits keep on coming right now. Not necessarily negatively, but the thing is, and we just need to be conscientious of this, there's been like a ridiculous amount of planetary shifts that have occurred effectively from the last full moon into this one. We've got a Capricorn new moon, full moon coming up in the next few days. We're going to be talking a bit about that. I do feel that it is kind of nice because a Capricorn full moon during Cancer season is often a focus and a return to the practical, right? It's working through, it's literally the energy of potentially trying to bring dreams into reality. It's nice too because I like a Capricorn full moon in Cancer season because it talks to us about the fact that like wishing for things isn't enough, right? Like if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. It requires the observation of being able to apply effort to things that allow dreams to become reality. And it's hard, right? Because sometimes when we're in the midst of trying to make a dream a reality, it often feels like we're damaging or breaking the dream, right? It's never as energetically ideal as we seem it to be, but when we understand that that is literally the quality by which things come into being, then we are able to effectively identify and work through our own limitations as it relates to feelings of imperfection, understanding that, and this is like a summation of what we've been experiencing as we experience kind of that final push of Jupiter moving out of Cancer, right? I picture it too. I really do kind of picture like Jupiter. I picture like Jupiter coming out of Cancer as like somebody being pushed onto a stage. You know what I mean? Being like, right? There's a little bit of that quality to it because it talks about the observation that when we're working upon the deepest expressions of ourself, we often feel unprepared. And that feeling is our authenticity, right? That is the feeling of authenticity. It's often feeling unprepared. Because if it was if it was all prepared, right? If it was all prepared, it wouldn't be authentic. It would be fabricated, right? Like there it is. So I think there's something really, and I love this. This is what I mean about really loving Capricorn and Cancer energy, because there's harmony there when you look at it, okay? And I talk about the fact that Capricorn is often an underseen, undervalued sign, because it's one of, I have to point this out, we've got a lot of astrology, we've got a lot of got a lot of astrological symbols, and Capricorn is one of the only, I mean, there's a few mythical creatures that we see. But like, and I like to point this out, Capricorn's a bit of a weird one, right? But that's what's so beautiful about Capricorn, because Capricorn, when we look at the lessons of Capricorn, Capricorn effectively teaches us that you don't need to go too far from home to find magic, right? Like take two ordinary things, put them together, and all of a sudden there's something incredible there, right? And sometimes we get too, like, sometimes we get too caught up in our own headspace and being like, ah, like I can't think of anything. And then you realize, right? You realize that the answer's been at your fingertips the whole time. And it's not about thinking grander. Sometimes it's about thinking simpler, and the beauty in that simplicity. And Cancer, right? Cancer is also a very austere sign. Okay. You'll often notice this with those with Cancerian placements. They have a little bit of a tendency, like the best quality, as it relates to being understated and refined, right? Cancer understands that a little bit goes a long way. So when you put those together, I think that this is actually going to be a very beautiful full moon. And it's going to kind of help to effectively navigate some of that disparate energy that we experience. Because I've been telling you, if you've been feeling a little out of sorts and clumsy recently, a lot of it has to do with this the most recent two lunation cycles that we experience. Because I know, and it's not the fact that the qualities of the sign work are necessarily clumsy, but it's the combination of both, right? A Sagittarius full moon is off to the races energy, right? I even told you there might have been like that superhero quality in terms of feeling like you're like, I can lift it, I can do anything, right? Because it is like, it's literally an energetic boost. But then a Gemini new moon is all about dispersal, right? It's all about doing a lot of different things in a lot of different ways. So it's interesting to see. I even said, remember, you'll recall I said, and I wrote down in Mystic Meditations, just make sure it's okay to take on, it's okay to take on things during a Sagittarius full moon, but make sure that they're in alignment, right? Make sure that they're in alignment to one's direction and not coming into the space by which you're potentially taking on more than you can chew or more than you can navigate. And it was because of the understanding of seeing some of that Gemini new moon that we were coming into. But I like that because, again, that full moon energy that we're moving towards will probably feel like a bit of a return back to a new center of harmony, as it were. Now, this is having a different impact depending on whether you align to masculine, feminine, or non-binary energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. And I got to tell you, yesterday's read, the cards recently have been pretty cool. I mean, if you're a tarot nerd like me, because we're gonna talk. I've still got the cards out here, and I want to break them down. What did we see in the masculine headspace? We saw in the masculine cards yesterday, and I got to tell you, when I'm doing this read, I draw from three different sets of cards. So I want you to understand the opportunity to have similarities. Every deck you add, it becomes more rare. All right, we got both. Look at this. We got two moon cards in their reversal yesterday in masculine heart and unconscious space. I like that because the thing is, and you may know this, if you're a tarot reader, the moon card in its upright can sometimes feel a little ubiquitous. it can sometimes create the feeling of having a hard time explaining how one feels. And why? Because there's a lot of reflection in this card, right? So when we see it in its reversal, it can often be indicative of truth and clarity entering experiences, either the clarity, right? Being able, and this is often what we talk about with a spiritual, like a healthy spiritual journey, right? The ability to see the truth of things. So what do we see? And then this is basically like the overarching message that we saw for masculine energy yesterday was like, if you want to find truth, right? It's through the avenue of your feelings, right? If you want to find truth in your life, you got to go through the door of the feelings. And if that makes you, if you're like, no, 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 like, well, then what's that about? Right? Right there it is. And when you understand that the ability to like find the truth of things rests, like the it rests deeply in the feelings, then we get very invested in understanding our feelings because we understand that our feelings unlock truths, either the truths within us or the truths around us. And that's often what you see. Like, what do you see with someone who's like not facing their feelings? They're usually in like delulu, right? They're like, woo, like, like they're going through that process where they're energetically avoiding things. And all they're doing is like drawing a circle around them because it's when they're avoiding them so much, it's like all you can effectively see. So we see that there's, again, and I think that it's interesting because there's a polarizing quality in a lot of the energy that we saw around masculine right now. And there was also in the unconscious space, there was no room in the third pillar. All of the unconscious cards were coming through, and were coming through also in the unconscious. And not only, and here's again, remember how many cards we're talking about here. Okay. Not only did we have two moon cards in its reversal in the masculine space, and this is wild again, we had two anomalies. We had two Ace of Cups in their reversal. So that is again continuation of saying the key to understanding exists within the doors of emotions, right? It's not the space by which you make yourself feel less, but the space by which one finds the ability to feel more, that allows one to be able to explore more, or the ability to understand more. But it's heavy, it's hard, it sometimes feels overwhelming. But I see a lot of this energy recognizing and identifying. And I told you, this is Pluto and Aquarius, right? What does a Pluto and Aquarius lesson teach us, right? Turning something off is not the sound of you getting stronger. It's the sound of you being afraid of something. You don't get stronger in things when you learn how to turn them off, because all you're doing is avoiding the work, as it were, right? When you turn things off, instead of working through them, that's avoidance. Things accumulate until they reach a breaking point. And so, this is a lot of the masculine energy that understands that the best relationship you'll ever be in will make you feel things you've never felt before, which means if you want to have a healthy relationship, you better get in the business of feeling your feelings so that you can prepare for that great relationship that awaits you rather than inadvertently destroying it when you find it. Now, for feminine, there's something very interesting that we were seeing yesterday. It was curious because there were some very intriguing cards that we saw coming through in the space of feminine. We had the star card in its reversal in the head space. No major arcana in the heart space, but a hermit card in its upright and a hierophant in its reversal in the bottom of in the unconscious. And similarly, while we saw that there was a heavy leaning on the first pillar for masculine, we also saw that in feminine. Though for masculine, there was more of an accumulation that was happening in the unconscious. For feminine, it's in the heart space. This is a lot of the feminine working through old experiences that make it harder to be able to fully reveal the self, with the understanding and the acknowledgement point that when others aren't doing the work, when others aren't, it's it basically, feminine's reading yesterday was talking about the endemic problem as it relates to others misunderstanding that healing the emotions is not burdening another with them. which means it's not enough. You're not energetically healing if you're just telling someone how you feel all the time. In fact, that's not that's efflusiveness, right? That's efflusive energy. And so there are those that misperceive healing as efflusiveness, which is the modality by which you're not doing any of the internal work to assess your emotions, but just making every emotion everybody's energetic business. And that can often create a lot of anxiety or weight around those we care about, because it doesn't feel like the quality by which another person receives our emotions has to do with the instructions that we have attached to them as we communicate upon them. So we see that that is a lot of feminine energy that brings that practicality, right? That emotional practicality into things. And we call that pragmatism, because that is the magic of being the gift that you receive, right? The gift that you receive when you start doing that work of understanding the emotions is found in pragmatism, because it's the feeling by which you make things easier for the self and for those around the self, while simultaneously, this is feminine trying to clarify to others, right? That it's not emotional healing just to be unloading the emotions on everyone at every time and then saying, I have to do this. This is healthy, because that is not healthy. It's the space by which that's often, right? Being efflusive with one's emotions is often a form of avoidance. And why is feminine articulating that effluviance is a form of avoidance? Because when you're being effluviant, right, when you're putting all of your emotions on another, you're not doing the internal work you're supposed to do. So there are those who are often trying to say, no, 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 I'm here. I'm healed. Look how effluviant I'm being with my emotions. And another person being like, that's not healed. That's just efflusiveness. That when we're doing the work that makes the emotions have quality, the emotions become pragmatic, which is not just the experience by which we feel them, but by which another person feels received to relieve them, because we add an energetic simplicity to those processes. Now, this brings us to and feminine almost working through a lot of feelings, potentially past traumas that they experienced, by which another person was trying to say that they were not in a healthy emotional state because they wouldn't carry another person's effluviance. And so that is the energy that almost articulates that feminine's job is not to be a weight bearing load as it relates to the emotions that others don't want to carry for themselves. This brings us to the non binary space. Non binaries read yesterday was really intense, specifically and particularly because we had a lot of big major arcana, more major arcana coming up in the non binary space than in other sign work. We had the Justice card in its reversal, the Lovers card in its reversal in the heart space. We had the Queen of Swords in its upright bottom of the in the unconscious, with the Death card in its reversal and the Emperor in its reversal. And that is effectively what we're basically seeing for a lot of that energy right now, is working through, is having to navigate others, the understanding that the quality and condition of feeling that one needs to energetically categorize on things is something that often needs to be healed from, right? And why do we energetically see that? Because we understand that the quality of categorization only exists within the realm of our own personal understanding. And so when we understand the limits of categorization often become restrictive when someone is in the process of energetically growing, or when something new is appearing, what we basically see is conversations upon the archaic nature of categorization, and the fact that there are those, right, that whenever we have a categoric system, you have to recognize that it is by its very nature, the minute it exists, archaic, right? Because in the space by which it's basically the capturing, our categorization is quantifiable only based upon what is energetically historical. So the observation of energy potentially looking, recontextualizing their own experiences built upon the fallacy of archaic categorization that is always somewhat behind, we see that this is a lot of the energy that effectively works through and helps others understand that we accept each other's reality in real time, which is the space by which when another person articulates upon their experiences, we qualify them via the shared collective space by which we communicate upon them. And in the space by which we share, we are able to understand more, and working through experiences. Like, one of the things I was seeing heavily is effectively being available for conversations that feel like they are educational, but not being available for conversations that feel that they must prove the self, because historically the sound of an atrocity being committed is navigated by someone who claims that they're being energetically a nice, but refusing to believe that something exists, right? It's the observation that truth is evidence based upon lived experiences, and our ability to honor those journeys is how we energetically embrace one another as we continue our journey of healing. And sometimes, right, sometimes we allow each other to see more via the communication and observation, but the experience by which one but it is effectively a form of it's a form of self-harm to be present in conversations where effectively another person makes one feel like one has to defend one's own lived experience. So we see that for a lot of the energy communicating upon that, it's based upon, right? Again, utilization of historical context to help frame the understanding of current wounds that are occurring. Welcome to Chiron and Taurus, right? That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the videos. You can find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, July 17th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the two cards of the major arcana. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class system. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have seen prior to beginning that or studied prior to beginning that next class. But the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary mentorship, a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned or studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class system, as well as the opportunity of one of the things that I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this new moon that we experience. I'll be having one out shortly on the full moon we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discounted rate, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everyone just a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private reads, and you can book private reads on my site. I am going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. For those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, welcome. Thank you for those gifts. I appreciate them. You can also get on our list today via the tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. Hi there, Ivana. Good to see you today. Welcome, Minnie. Good to see you as well. If you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you are added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. We read for here: life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Welcome, Luke. Good to see you today. How are you doing? Ivana, you're the first person we have on the list today. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for getting on the list early. You'll have priority, which means we read before we start the Daily Collective. Hi there, Janae. How are you doing today? Good to see you, dear. Thank you for the compliment, Tristan. I appreciate you. One moment, please. Excellent. I got you. Thank you for letting me know where that information is, Ivana. Oh, and you became a subscriber today, Janae. Thank you. I appreciate you. That means you get a discount on your personal readings, and you also are entitled to a free 1 card reading each day. Thank you so much for joining our collective. And Ivana, thank you for those gifts. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Raven. That's very kind of you to say. And thank you so much. Welcome. How you doing today, Robert? Oh, that's very kind of you to say, Daniel. And Paula, I'm so glad. Thank you for joining us as well. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for those gifts, Paula and Daniela. I hope you both are having an absolutely beautiful day. I'm a confused 10 today. I'll accept that, Ivana. It's okay. 7 is fitting. Hi there, Mighty. Thank you for reposting. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Grand Rising, Minnie. Good to see you today. Welcome, Stella. I've got you on the list. You'll be the 2nd person read for today. You'll also have priority. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 3rd person read for. How are you doing today, Goth Boy? Hope you're having a lovely one. You have Capricorn placements in your chart. We love to see it, Ivana. Hi there. Oh, you had a noise experience, huh? I have to get answers on it. It was intense, but not scary. It's okay. We'll get to it. Yeah, I still need to dive in because your guide was somehow showing up in my dream the other night. Very true. Mm-hmm. I've had a similar experience, but it was sometime last year. You see, this is fascinating because I haven't read on it yet. Andy, thank you for the follow, dear. Yeah, I remember I woke up multiple times and we barely slept, but felt like it. Okay, an earthquake at some moments, and other time it felt like your body was so high vibration, which felt like a lot of pressure. It was intense. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you should get a reading on that. I remember I'd listened to a collective read about light waves coming in. That's fair. Yeah, it was a lot of pressure. Okay, interesting. All right. Yes, I got you on the list, Stella. You're going to be the second person read for. And if anybody else is on the hold list who would like to be added, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for and the first person to be read for after we complete the daily collective. How you doing today, Alira? All right. Speaking of which, why don't we get started on our personal reads? The way we do it here is anybody who is on the list before we start the daily collective always has priority. That means, Ivana, you are our first person to be read for today. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading? It sounds to me like we're doing a dream maybe a dream interpretation. But before we get started, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. Just a moment. I need to point out, Don, you could be anywhere right now. You've got one precious life to be able to put your energy in different locations. And so I have to point out, putting that much negativity out in the world at the beginning of your day, I would just encourage you to potentially see if there's another way you want to kind of utilize your energy, because it's just not a good way to set the template. I hope you find the day that you're looking for. Absolutely. Hi there, Daniela. Thank you so much for subscribing. So again, and thank you anyone who becomes a paid subscriber. Not only do you get a discount on your reads, which means it's 4 cards for 23 as opposed to 3 for 29, but you're also entitled to a free 1 card reading each day. Once we start the 1 card. So thank you so much for becoming a part of it. If I can answer a question at some point today, I got you, dear. Mm-hmm. And whenever you first become a subscriber, you immediately get your 1 card. So can I get 1 card for Daniela? 1 card for Daniela on romantic or life. Can I get 1 card of Daniela in terms of what Daniela can expect romantically right now? It feels like this is some kind of reorganization in the space of your love. You know, I have to point out one thing that's really important that we see that's happening right now is not only is Venus in Leo, but also Jupiter is about to move into Leo. And I feel like this is you potentially raising the bar as it relates to what is effectively being reciprocated. It's not selfish to desire the same type of energy that you put forth to another, right? That's not selfish to have needs. That is energetically reciprocal. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. So long as you're not asking for something extreme, so long as you're not asking for something that you would not willingly give another person, I just see this is a period of time where I see you raising the bar, but it is going to potentially require you to walk away from things that aren't necessarily for you. Animal spirit oracle for you is the swan, right? Recognizing, identifying, knowing your worth. I want you waking up each day and I want you writing 3 things that you love about yourself. And if you can't think of any, I want you to write 4. Thank you so much, dear. And thank you for becoming a paid member. Oh, the Fool card is a beautiful card to pull, big boy. You have to understand. And I like this too, because the Fool card often talks to us about new experiences, taking risks in the best way possible, allowing oneself to have an open mind. I got you, Ivana. Question on the disco. And Janae, if you just became a super fan too, you're also entitled to have that 1 card reading now, as opposed to waiting. Whenever someone becomes a super fan, they're always entitled to have their card immediately. That said, I am going to pull up Ivana's question. Ivana, is this inside tea or outside tea? Outside tea. Perfect. And just a reminder to anybody. So also, Daniela, I would encourage you to message me directly, because as a paid member, you also have access to our super fam only disco channel, where you can introduce yourself to the collective. And you can also find there in the perk section a special coupon code to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, July 27th, and we're going to be studying the 2 cards of the minor arcana. No problem, dear. Excellent. And we've got outside tea right now for Ivana. Just pulling up Ivana's question. Ivana. Okay. I am not sure. Reading for Ivana right now. Oh, we like our Leos. You're in good company. We got a lot of Leos in this collective, Daniela, and a lot of Aries. It's a very, very fiery collective. Okay. Ivana, I am not sure where to even put this because I don't know if I was dreaming or not. Well, it might be a dream. So we're going to bust out the dream coconut because I just like to have a reason. Dream coconut. Cool. I'm not sure where to even put this because I don't know if I was dreaming or not. My husband today had a very early shift at work, so he left early. My two dogs always sleep with us in our bedroom. What happened to me maybe happened 10 minutes after he left, and it was around maybe 3:40 a.m. I heard a very loud throbbing noise all around my room. I don't recall opening my eyes. All I can concentrate and try to figure out was that the noise and the strong feeling. My dogs were still asleep. I did not hear them get up. So it was only me who was hearing and feeling this. It was just a very heavy throbbing noise. It was like a singing bowl type of echo, but very strong. I can't really explain, but it was surrounding me in my room. And I can feel my ears just like zooming in and out. When I least expect, I went back to sleep and started dreaming stuff. I don't know if I was sleeping or dreaming. My confusion is because after hearing and feeling the throbbing and echoes, I fell asleep and started a dream. While I was hearing and feeling this, what popped into my mind was aliens. They were probably here. I had a UFO meditation video on the place where you keep the videos like 2 days ago. So while I was laying in bed, that was my first thought. I was making my coffee afterwards and I could feel my right ear like blocked. So I just wiggled it a little bit when you get water, like when you get water in your ear. So I wonder if I was truly awake or who was doing this and why. Can I get, and thank you for being the first one on the list today. Can we get 5 cards? Bum, bum, ba, bum, bum. Bum, ba, bum, bum, ba, bum, bum. And one more. Mhm. Oh, wow. Doubles. Do you see this? Double Six of Wands and its reversal. Okay. So do you remember what happened when you were like 6? Okay. Um, so here's the thing. One of the things that we've kind of addressed, that was occurring in your dream space is the fact that you've got a very specific guide, right? And the thing about the guide, and we've kind of talked about this in some of your readings, is that um there's a dimension there's a dimensional quality to this guide, which is the observation of understanding, right? That dimensional guides don't travel in the same way that we would energetically expect them to. Okay. And you have to also recognize that some guides carry a a very unique energetic signature that can be somewhat intense or somewhat disruptive, as it were. Okay, we are used to particular energetic signatures based upon what we are, what like where we are. And the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to this guide has a lot to do that. Do you notice that when you effectively meet this guide, you're always going to them, right? We see that happening continually in the dream space, that you are the one that's often traveling to the guide, specifically and particularly having a bit to do with that energetic reason, because and it has to work through, I need to stress this, our guides never want to alarm us. Our guides never want to do anything that's going to make us feel energetically uncomfortable. That's why one of the first things you have documented when it comes to guides is them stating frequently, don't be afraid, right? What is don't be afraid if not, I need you to be cool. Okay, I need you to be cool. I don't need you to freak out about something, right? So, what we're effectively seeing to a certain extent is the fact that what we're identifying that's potentially occurred with that guide was something that felt more akin to an energetic visitation. And the way you can articulate or amplify the observation that it was a visitation was you felt it, right? You literally felt it. You were like, this is weird, right? But you also, I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't feel at the same time that you were feeling that perfectly safe. Potentially even, and this is a question I have for you. Did it feel familiar? Did it feel familiar? Because there's a few things I need to now ask you about what effectively happened. And we can take it into a private if we need to. Because the one thing that you're also articulating is you said you started dreaming stuff. As someone who's reading for you right now, I feel like there's a big gap in what we're reading upon here. Because I feel like that stuff, right? That stuff would probably be pretty relevant. And again, I need to stress this. You don't necessarily, I don't feel like I need to have that stuff because that stuff might just be for you, right? It's not my job to energetically feel that I don't need to interrupt in whatever that guide was trying to impress upon you at that specific period of time. But I think that one of the things that we can identify, and I would be very conscientious about observing, is what potentially came to you during that space by which you identified that you were sleeping. So, kind of, because when you say to me that you were sleeping kind of, I would articulate that as a trance state, right? So there's something to be very important, especially if you recognize that it felt like you were somewhere between awake and asleep, right? Kind of working into that quality and condition. And anything that may have come to you in those moments, particularly and especially because you recognized and noticed that there was an energetic shift occurring. And the energetic shift that you potentially felt occurring had to do with the proximity of your guide to you, and the quality and condition by which you felt that may have been it seems to me, like, I have to point out, it feels it almost feels like the guide coming towards you in that way to make sure that that was something that you were energetically comfortable with, right? Like, is this cool kind of energy, or is this something that energetically disturbed you? And again, I need to stress this, either way is probably fine, because the guides are often there to help us understand, like, the best way to energetically communicate with us. So there's something interesting that we're seeing here about the 6 of Wands in its reversal with the second 6 of Wands, because this is what I said in terms of the feeling, potentially feeling familiar, because I'm getting the definition here that this isn't the first time it's happened. And not only is it not the first time it's happened, but you already energetically recollected to me the last time that it did. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, further confirmation. right? Further confirmation with the Seven of Swords in its upright, which is, it's like some guides recognize that their energy can be a lot, you know, particularly and especially as it relates to, um, particularly and especially in terms of how it relates to our own ability to feel it. And I think that it has something to do, right? We can talk a little bit about that, um, with what was going on with your ear. Um, like, well, that's something that needs to be like that. I feel like this is effectively connected to that, as it was like there's something very important that we're energetically seeing there. And some of that has to do um like some of it has to do with the fact that you're highly sensitive to that. So even in the space by which and I like I want to describe, and I'm going to say this, nothing I say here should ever be taken by means of a medical. So if there's something medically still occurring there, you should definitely get it looked into. But energetically, they're almost articulating to me that something about that has a bit to do with the energetic signature and the resonance in terms of one's own self. So just being conscientious about that, because I almost feel like, I feel like it's interesting too, because I can almost see you like going through a moment of being like, did I imagine that? And there's your ear, right? There's your ear going, I think not, right? Thank you so much. I'm actually gonna write these cards down for you. I want to write these cards down for you in your book because they feel highly relevant. So just bear with me a moment as I pull your book. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. If you would like to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading. And you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing a giveaway on the Clock app. When we get to 50K likes, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. Daniela, thank you so much for becoming a subscriber. And Janae, thank you for getting on the list today. Daniela, thank you so much for my 1 card reading. Absolutely. It fits so perfectly with what you said to me and have been feeling this way recently. Much appreciated. You're so welcome, dear. How are you doing today, Nora? Hope you're having a beautiful day, Newton. Excellent. What's up, only Scott? Oh, buon compleanno, Dixon. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Excellent. Irop, I'm not sure what you're looking for and by which not being able to understand what I'm saying. If there's anything that I can do to provide understanding, I'm happy to let you know. This was a personal reading for someone over on the Clock app, if it helps. I'm very aware that Yahshua loves us, Meredith. You're so welcome, dear. How you doing today, Elizabeth? I mean, you're welcome to Gift Savage, but if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the gift exchange for that is a meteor shower, if that helps. And I hope you're having a lovely day. Excellent. I know, what a dream. Yeah, talking about double. Yeah, man, all I can tell you is since I was 6, I've loved extraterrestrials and things of that nature. Absolutely. Yeah, I hear that when I'm meditating. Okay, so there was something about the energy that felt familiar. Let that serve as confirmation to the reading as well. Yeah, don't be afraid, indeed. It kind of did. 100%. Savage, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Janae once we complete the daily collective. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the fourth person read for. I did not know if I had to put the dream because I was indecisive, if that was part of the experience. I would definitely say that whatever was happening in that dream space was highly relevant. So if you ever want to read for that, I would be happy to do so we can get even more clarity as to why it was relevant. I think the important thing to understand is why they felt so relevant to make their presence, like to come into proximity to you in order to deliver the message. Sure, I am, Rishi. Whatever you say. Okay. Since it was something new, I did not know how to take it, but I did not take it negatively. Savage, you're welcome to ask when it's you're welcome to ask questions here in relationality to a question based upon your reading. We'll have that once it's your turn. I'll let you know. Absolutely. And thank you for getting on the list. Just reading over. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I was just thinking of it so much. As soon as I touched my ear, I was like, I need to get on that list. Yeah, absolutely. Excellent. And Adam, thank you for those gifts. Hope you're having a beautiful day today. It was super interesting. Thank you for confirming that you send an email, Stella. Yep, go ahead. I'll go ahead and hop on for that. You're so welcome, Savage. All right, the next person. The next person who is on the list today is Stella. Stella, if you are here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific. Oh, I know that you said that you sent it. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got the stag. We're going to do that again after the next reading. Understood. So Savage, the way that this works is we're doing individuals that had priority first. So anyone who gets on the list before I go live always has priority before we start the daily collective. We're then going to go into, once I complete this reading, we're going to do our daily collective. And then after we complete the daily collective, you will be second on the list to be read for. So once we do so, I'll be happy to answer that question. Okay, perfect. All right. And I just need a moment. How you doing today, Chasing? Oh, okay. Are you all right? Was it something negative? It feels like it was something. I'm sending you support right now, Chasing. Okay, excellent. Thank you, Savage. How you doing today, Nancy? You thought what was me, Drock? Okay, and I just need a minute to read over Stella's information based upon this reading. Remember, if you ever have information that you feel you need to share with me based on the reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channels in the appropriate channels. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Okay, how you doing today, Adam? And I'm going to pin up Stella here. Guys, make sure to give Stella some love. There will never be a clarifying conversation in relationality to this. And I'll give you a little bit of information as to why. Because this energy is constantly in the space of believing that others are trying to trap them. They're in a perpetual state of and this is what I meant about them creating the shape of their own misery. They feel like there's like, I see somebody who lives in a palace of lies. And you have to understand that when somebody lives in a palace of lies, you get trapped within the palace of lies, because you have to understand it's that one lie that they create that they then had to build upon, and then they needed another lie to energetically support the one that they'd already articulated, and then they needed another lie to support the one that they built from there. And I just keep on seeing that one of the lies that exists between you and them is the foundation of a very significant pillar. You're seeing the evidence of that in real life. You're seeing the evidence of that in the space by which another person was trying to encourage them to take a certain direction, and them insisting that they did not want to. And it was only in the space by which they finally admitted that it wasn't about want, it's because of the fact that they couldn't, that we see that one of their pillars is effectively in a deep state of disrepair right now. Right? There's a lot of that work that we energetically see that is potentially occurring in the context by which they're already identifying and recognizing, right? This is effectively the result of them becoming honest, right? They haven't even been honest to you. They were honest to another person, that they weren't necessarily fully honest with them as to what occurred between you and them. And all of a sudden, what do they see that's happening? A part of their world is energetically falling apart, because I see somebody, and here's the worst part about it. That person knew they were lying to them. That person knew they were lying to them the whole time. They were just utilizing your action to effectively have them come into a space by which they would potentially be ready to accept the fact that they've been feeding them a falsehood. And I keep on seeing, instead of it creating a conversation between them, it started a detonation, right? This is a perfect example of it. Even in the context, right? Instead of starting what another person expected was a healthy conversation, it's starting a detonation, right? I see somebody that's already in recovery mode in relationality to something that they articulated to another, which was like, and they feel bad. I see them being like, I shouldn't have been so honest with them, right? Because they don't have the emotional capacity to exist in like the vulnerability necessary to exist with that truth between them. So, I see somebody, and the worst part about this is, you know, I feel like I see somebody who knows that you're right, because right now, they're feeling exactly as you felt in relationality to the position that they put you in, right? I see somebody now, like I literally see somebody that's trying to articulate to another, right? That's something about what's happening now, and the admission that they came forward with to an individual about the fact that they had not been fully open in terms of revealing what occurred between you and them. I now see somebody who's opening the book and looking back on past experiences and saying, was this the same situation? And I see somebody that's saying, I don't I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to go into that. I don't want to, it's not the same thing. And another person saying, I don't like, I don't believe you. So that space by which another individual is refusing to believe them is haunting to them, because it's reminding them of how you must have felt when you were going around to others and saying, this happened. And others kept on saying to you, are you sure about that? Are you sure you still want to say that that's happening in the wake of what you're currently experiencing? Are you sure that that's still happening in the wake of others energetically threatening you subtly about potentially pushing you out of circumstances or situations if you are honoring your truth? So I see the situation by which they've never before have they felt more close to you, because they recognize that they're currently going through what you yourself went through. And in the same context, it has to do with the space by which they're trying emphatically to communicate to their counterpart that they're being authentic with them about past experiences, but the counterpart simply is no longer in a space by which they can believe them based upon the present lie that they've revealed that they've been having in relationality to what occurred between you and them so long ago. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, there's too much at stake. Like this is what I keep on seeing, right? The observation, right? And I see them in a way feeling devastated, right? Because on one hand, I see the fact that they wish that they could articulate to you that sense. Now that they feel it, they wish that they could articulate to you that they know how bad it feels when one is going around articulating and insisting that something occurred, and everybody is in the context of refusing to believe the honesty. But I also see the fact that they recognize that the risk is too great, right? They're currently, and even now the wound is happening by which they'll never potentially be honest with another person again, because you see the situation by which instead, right, instead of their instead of their counterpart potentially holding their honesty sacredly, right, they're experiencing the identification of a counterpart that's weaponizing their honesty in real time, right? They articulated to them that they would be energetically satisfied with the truth, but instead, what do we see that they're doing? They're trying to pursue more truth, right? They're trying to effectively unearth and recognize all the other times that this person was not necessarily energetically forthright with them. So again, this has to do, right, it's the journey of them navigating the wounds of the fact that everyone around them is inauthentic. And we articulated that the reason that they're inauthentic is because they've been swallowing this person's lies for years. So it's the space by which, like, even if they wanted to purify the situation right now, they couldn't, because you can't purify a situation when you're surrounded by inauthentic people, because the inauthentic people around them have too much at stake with them becoming purified, right? So that's where I see somebody who feels like they're now trapped in a palace of their own lies. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Stella. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who who need these messages to be here to receive them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. How you doing today, Nancy? And how are you doing today, Baba? Baba, I'm happy to read for you in terms of an energetic read, but the journey of understanding the self is one that we each individually partake in our own ways. Absolutely. Hi there, Adam. Good to see you. Hi there, Jay. This sounds like a relationship I just ended. Thank you for also receiving this message, Curly. Ivana, I've got you on the list. You'll be read for after Savage. Yes, and this happened amongst friends towards me, sending you so much support on that journey, Curly. You're so welcome, Stella. By the way, was the person who cares so much about what others think, him or his wife? Both of them, right? Because you have to understand it's the self-perpetuating prophecy, right? That when one is overly concerned about what others think, then one attracts shallow energy, right? Because the only person that this person could realistically be in connection with is someone who is equally as energetically shallow, right? It's shallow seeks shallow, and that's what happens when we prioritize people pleasing. We often end up with very shallow connections. Curly, if you'd like to send payment, I'm happy to read for you. If you get on the list right now, you'll be read for once we complete the daily collective, and you'll be the fourth person read for. Are you streaming on another platform? No, yes, I am, Savage, but it's perfectly fine if you want to stay here. So we're about to get started on the daily collective, which will also be streaming over on Stack. But if you'd like to have your reading here, that's perfectly fine. We're currently also on the place where we keep the videos. That starts with a U and ends with a tube. All right. And just bear with me a moment. Okay. I feel a lot better now. I'm so glad to hear that these messages are helping you today, Drac. Absolutely. And Livia, these are donation based readings. So if you would like to get on the list for today, you're welcome to do so. For those who are interested in getting on the list, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing a giveaway today. When we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. Curly, can you just give me the initial where you sent the donation? I just want to confirm to make sure I received it before we get started. I was just crying about my sister, and I feel heavy. This resonated about our relationship. Sending you so much support on that journey right now, chasing. And I hope these messages are helping you heal on that journey. Thank you for confirming, Curly. I'm going to confirm you on the list at the moment. For anybody else who's interested in getting on the list today, we have 4 spots available left before the list will be closed for today. So if you'd like to secure one of those reading spots, all you need to do is send the donation. I'll be happy to read for you. I got you on the list, Curly. Thank you for confirming. Excellent. And as I mentioned, friends, we are doing 2 different giveaways in relationality to the gifter reading today. We are currently the highest gifter right now is Ivana with 37. So I wish you guys a lot of luck if you're participating in that highest gifter giveaway for a free reading. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, before we get started, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the dog. We'll do that again after the next reading. And as I mentioned, friends, if you guys do me a favor and share this live, I appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, and let me make sure I'm also charging my computer before we get started. Don't want that to go out while we're doing this. And also just a reminder, friends, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, you can get on the list today. Just let me know the date that you were added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. And For those who are interested in getting on the list, we read for Hero Life Path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, aura, and symbol and signal decoding. If you've got information that you feel is relevant or necessary for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. I'm trying to remember, did we start last week? I feel like we went forwards last week. I think we're going backwards this week, right? I believe so. It feels right. Okay. And that said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your tarot astrology for today, Tuesday, June 23rd, 2026. We are going to be doing tarot astrology for all signs today. We are going to be starting with Pisces. Can I get 3 cards for Pisces? 2 cards flying out of the deck right now. Can I get a third, please? What do we got? I'm going to leave that third one here on the shelf right now because I feel like Pisces, that's what you're doing right now. I feel like Pisces, what did you do? Did you do what you always do? Did you bite off more than you can chew? Did you bite off more than you can chew? Are you going through an expansion process? It's going to be fine. You've got this. You do this to yourself constantly. And here's the thing about it. Pisces will often bite off more than they can chew, and that's how you become a whale, right? I feel like that's the thing about it. Like, I feel like there's something Piscean right now. Like, I just keep on hearing Pisces biting off more than they can chew is Pisces becoming a whale, which is rising to the occasion, right? Being able to identify and recognize what one needs to change about the self in order to navigate an energetic deficit. This is like one of the secret superpowers of the Pisces. Like, Pisces are hilarious like this because like Pisces, and it's the only sign, like with Pisces, there's never, ever, ever any such thing as over promising, right? Because the sound of a Pisces over promising is often the sound of a Pisces in a profound act of transformation. I don't know why you do this to yourself. There are other ways. There are other ways. There are other ways. There are other ways of upgrading the self rather than over promising. But you know what? Listen, I'm not gonna judge you. This is a judgment free zone, Pisces. If this is how you need to do it, if this is how you need to do it, then that's fine. But and we're gonna draw that third card, right? Yeah. But here's the thing, right? I just need to introduce you. I just need to introduce you to the possibility that there are other ways of energetically transforming rather than taking on some kind of massive energetic obligation. Because what often happens is, and I think that you kind of know this about yourself, um what feels good up here sometimes creates a little bit of frenzy out here. And I think that your own ability, remember, you can set a bar while also dialing back expectations, right? And I feel like we need to write that down. You can set a bar while simultaneously um dialing back expectations, which is the space. And I want to point this out, right? Which is like that's sometimes the best thing you can possibly do, right? If you know, right? It's like, keep a reasonable expectation so that you can surpass it. So let this time period be one. Like, it almost feels like Pisces intentionally taking the temperature down a bit like to leave some kind of reasonable margin by which one can dial it back up, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck for Pisces right now, particularly with this Queen of Swords in its reversal. You know, Have you considered the valuable art of asking others for help? I know, Pisces. Have you considered the valuable art of asking others for help? Cooperation, like work cooperation. Look at this. I know right now there's a Pisces, like literally. I can feel the wave of disgust. Like I can feel the wave of disgust from from a Pisces going like, how dare you? Like how dare you? It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to ask for help, okay? Especially when you've got energy and here's the thing about you. I know, listen to me. Asking for help is not a weakness. It's a strength. Asking for help is not a weakness. It's a strength, right? I don't want you to think so much. Okay, and if that doesn't work, I don't want you to think of it so much as help. I want you to think of it as backup. Okay? It's backup. And here's the thing about it. You can say to somebody in the eventuality, right? Like 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 channel some of that Capricorn. Listen, channel some of that Capricorn full moon energy we got, which is like when we feel strong, we're working into the context of eventuality, right? It's the observation of being able to do something and feeling, right? The observation of being able to do something and feeling extra secure because we've calibrated for every eventuality. So don't think so much about having to do everything. Think more about the eventualities that you potentially want to shore up. Shore it up eventualities, okay? If that's how you have to tell it, it's to tell it yourself. If that's what you have to call it. All right. Continuing right now, the next sign that we're reading for today are next sign we're reading for today are going to be our Aquarians. Aquarians, sun, moon, and rising. What do we got for you coming in today? 3 cards, please. We got the 10 of Pentacles in its upright, the 7 of Cups in its upright, with the King of Swords in its upright. That's some interesting energy there. I feel like this feels very imaginative. This feels very dreamy. I mean, this is kind of like this is a cup of tea right now. This is the cup of tea for Aquarian energy. Um, because it feels to me, I don't know why, but it feels almost like for Aquarian energy, right? And here's the thing about it. Um, Sometimes dreams are based upon locationality, right? Sometimes the problem with a dream is not the dream itself, but it's who we're trying to it's who we're trying to talk to the dream about is what I keep on getting. You know? And the thing about it is Aquarians somewhat recognize that we don't get in the habit. Like I feel like Aquarians recognize that we don't need to be in the habit of defending our dreams because when it feels like there is a context by which we defend our dreams, but only in the context of others' receptivity to them, right? And I feel like that's interesting because I almost feel like this is an Aquarian recognizing the difference between being energetically available for different ways by which a dream can become a reality versus like moving against any kind of naysayer energy, right? Like let's talk about naysayers. And here's the thing about it, like naysayers, Aquarian, you know this about yourself. Aquarians have absolutely no room for naysayers, right? Because naysayers often build into the realm like the minute you say something is energetically impossible, it's like so shall it be, right? Not with an attitude like that, right? Like that's all it is. And that's why you'll see Aquarians getting very abrasive when it comes to naysayers because there's some energy like miserable energy is often naysayer energy, right? Because it's the energy that articulates upon the fact that something is impossible because just because they haven't experienced it, right? It's like it, and I literally like Aquarian, like Aquarians looking at someone being like, where's that no coming from? And you know this, no's require explanation, right? Because if a no does not have an explanation attached to it, it's usually ego led. And I feel like that is the conversation that I see is potentially happening, which is almost like I feel like it's Aquarian saying, like, I'll accept a no, but it has to have an explanation attached to it. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, there it is, right? Because, and that's the important thing, right? When we know our no's, right? When we know our no's, then we understand it's usually because like our no is going to grow into a catastrophe, right? When we know our no's, then it's because we're able to articulate the catastrophe that we're energetically trying to avoid in the shape or the space by which we apply a no. But that's why I often see, right? This is often why, like, this the sound of an Aquarian walking away from a situation is often the sound by which another person just says no without further explanation, because that's the observation of something that's coming straight from the ego. So I feel like it's interesting because I feel like it's not the fact by which Aquarians you're not in a space of negation, but there better be a reasonable explanation attached to it, right? There's that King of Pentacles popping up as I'm finishing the reading. All right, thank you so much, Aquarians. Next sign we're reading into today is going to be our we're going to be reading into our Capricorns. Man, Capricorn, I got to tell you, I've been reading for Caps and they've been having some sweet, sweet cards the last few days. Just like real sweet the last few weeks. You know? Can I get 3 cards for Caps? What's going on with my Caps? What's going on with my Caps? What's going on with my Caps? Cap, Sun, Moon, Rising. 4 of Cups. This is such a Capricorn card. Every other sign, this card would have another sign quaking in the boots. This is a Capricorn card. We're going to get into it. 4 of Cups in its upright. 5 of Swords in its reversal. 5 of Pentacles in its reversal. And the reason I'm going to tell you that this is a Cap sign is, remember what I talked about before we started the podcast on my argument by which I had identified that Capricorns are potentially some of the most magical sign, because Capricorns have a beautiful ability of taking banal things, putting 2 different banal things together, and the next thing you know, you've got something magical there, right? Like, Capricorns understand that sometimes you don't need to do something new, that the way to energetically revive something is to combine something that has never been energetically combined before, right? And so this is why I like to see a 4 of Cups when I'm doing a Capricorn reading, because it becomes a card of alchemy, right? This is the Capricorn doing what Capricorns do, which is like, oh, right? This is but wait, what if I put this group together? Oh, look at that, right? Oh, right. It's like it's often taking something, right? And this is the thing about it. Capricorns don't like to make hasty decisions because this is the way their mind works, right? They need to work through things. They need to get a feel. And so I feel like this is something about Capricorns getting the feel of some kind of environment, getting the feel of some kind of land, getting the feel of some kind of new possibility or opportunity. And this is why, like, this is often like, and the thing about it is I feel like this is potentially interesting, because this is also with these double 5s here, Capricorn having to say to someone, can you give, this is why you'll see Capricorns are very hesitant to give assessments before they've given the lay of land, right? Because Capricorns understand this, that often the sound of someone not wanting to do something is saying, will you do this? And what will a Capricorn say? I won't do anything until I see it first, right? God bless, like, blessings to a Capricorn, because this is why, and this is what often happens. There are those who will misconstrue a Capricorn being hard-headed, and there's nothing hard-headed about a Capricorn, because Capricorns understand that the shape of another person asking someone to make something from nothing right? The sound of a Capricorn that often has to deal with a Capricorn suddenly having to make something from nothing is someone asking the Capricorn to do something, to give them something, and Capricorn being like, I got to see it first. And then being like, no, just say yes to it. And Capricorn being like, no, I'm not going to say yes to it. I need to see it first. Right. And because if that energy goes away, it never existed in the first place. Right. There it is. Capricorns are real good at being able to see through others' ridiculousness. And the ridiculousness, I keep on saying, Capricorn seeing through the ridiculousness of Capricorn being asked to do something as if it's already existence, but recognizing the sound of another person asking the Capricorn to create something that doesn't exist. Right? This is the Capricorn, right? This is Capricorn just having that incredible ability to see through illusion, right? There's that Capricorn energy that will literally, and this is why Capricorns will shoot things down real quick, right? Capricorns will shoot things down real quick. They'll put that weapon away because they'll articulate to another and say like, nice try, why don't you try that again someday, right? Because the thing is with Capricorns is we come to each other authentically, right? The funniest part is the reason a Capricorn will do that, be like, you should have just asked nicely, right? Capricorns don't like when others are trying to get them to subversively create things. Capricorns like that's the wildest part. Capricorns will often walk away from something and say, "Why'd you walk away?" Because they couldn't ask nicely. They couldn't just be authentic in terms of the fact that they needed help with something, right? And so that's often that like I feel like there's something about that with Capricorns that say like don't put on airs when you need help. Right? Don't put on airs when you're in need. Just articulate what the need is so someone can do something effectively. Continuing to get clarification. Moving on, next sign that we're reading for today is our Sages. How we doing, Sages? Oh, very nice and very easy. Okay. All right. Things are getting better here. I know this. Listen, I know I draw the death card and I say things are getting better. You just wait a minute. Okay. Because the death card with Sages is a little bit different. Okay. Horsies. 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 You don't have to stress. You don't have to stress if you're drawing for Sages and there's a horsey. Okay. Just give me a minute. Okay. Horsies. Okay. This is a good. These are good Sag cards. Okay. No horsies. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the Sag, because here's the thing about it, right? Sages do not mind. Sages love. Here's the thing about, you will find a Sag that will love to march in somewhere being a rain cloud, right? Like Sages don't mind. Sages do not mind getting on a horse if it's ending something, if it's not working. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing about it. Like Sages will be like, "Can I do it? Can I do it? Can I hit the button? Can I hit the button that makes it go boom?" Like that's what Sashes will do. Yeah, that's you'll notice this, right? You see Sages. That's why Sages are like, what does that button do? Don't hit that button. Well, can I, like, you know what I mean? Like, do you see how big their eyes get? When you say to a Sag, don't hit that button, they're like, but now I need to. Because the thing is, like, Sages just like to see things moving, right? Positive or negative. They're like, what does it do? How does it work? I need to know, right? I desire to learn, right? Like, there's no. So you'll see this with, and so that's the thing about it. Like, that's why, like, like other people see this, right? Other people, other signs see these two cards together, right? And they'll go like, oh no. And Sag just see these cards and goes, horsies, horsies, right? Like, they're just like out the window, like horsies, right? Like they're just like it doesn't bother them so much, because here's the thing about it, right? Um, Sages don't like Sages like having band-aid rip moments, right? Like just get out of the way. Hard part first every day. Right? There's the Sag you see. Hard part first every day. Because a little bit of a hard part first every day, when something really hard happens, like Sages often feel energetically ready for it. So I feel like there's something important that we're seeing there with Sagittarian energy, navigating, like, and I like to point this out. A Sagittarian like does not like it when another person pulls a punch in terms of what's wrong, right? Sages just want it out with it, right? Because Sages are like, if you don't tell me what's wrong, how can I fix it, right? And so, in a way, there's something here that we see that feels like something relieving to Sagittarian energy because it feels a little bit like out with it, that then immediately allows for the ability to energetically resolve through something, is what I keep on seeing, right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like this is why like a Sag and a Cancer sometimes have the hardest time together, right? Because Cancers are like in with it. And Sages are like out with it. And Cancers are like in with it. And Sages are like out with it. Right? Like Sages are typically external processors, right? And the thing about it, this is why you'll often see like the greatest Sag around you frequently needs to operate in an unabashed state, because like Sages often don't recognize what they feel until they're saying it, right? Like when Sages say it's good to talk about it, because sometimes Sages need to talk through something in order to have those light bulb moments. And I need to point out, like, this is why those with like, oh, I've already got the next cards coming out for Scorpio, but like that's why for those that, like, here's the thing about it. For those who are more private, right? Like and I want to point this out, like Sages don't mean to mortify in relationality to what they talk about, but Sages often talk about others because they're trying to work through something, right? And it's like Sag, here's the every other sign talking about something is negative, but like to a certain extent, Sag is talking about another is often their love language, because they're like, how do I fix, like what do I do here? How do I fix it? What am I doing wrong? What do I need to do right? So there's a little bit of that energy there. Continuing to get clarification, we got our Scorpionic energy. Scorpio energy, your card's already out. Speaking of which, what has been going on with you? What has been going? I like Scorpio. It's been feeling like it's been like, look at this. Look at this. What is this? What is this, Scorpio? I said this. The thing I've been talking about or reading into is the last couple of weeks. It felt like somebody pushed a Scorpio into their Libra placements, and God help them, right? You know, like Scorpio Scorpio energy. Don't I like love your life. Don't push a Scorpio into their Libra placements, because they will embrace that. And typically they don't embrace those placements for themselves. They embrace those placements to protect their precious things. Right. And here's the thing. This is a continuation of what I was seeing. Like, this is why never get involved in Scorpionic business until you have Scorpionic's consent, because you have to understand, okay? And it has to do with the realm of Scorpionic energy griping about things. All right? And it's a continuation of what we were just talking about with Sagittarians, right? Sagittarians will often talk about others that they're very close to in a way by which they identify and recognize that the unabashed way they speak about someone is their love language. Scorpios will often sit there and they will gripe, and they will gripe, and they will gripe, and they will gripe, and they will gripe about someone, right? You know this about you, Scorpio. You'll sit there and you will gripe, and then you'll hear another person gripe about them in the same way. You'll be like, what did you just say? Right? Well, what did you just say? But you were just, no, that's not your precious. That's my precious, right? That's my precious. And it's the state or nature by which Scorpionic energy has very complicated relationships. And here's the thing with this is what often feels confusing with those who have Scorpionic placements, because there's a Scorpionic energy, right? Literally just articulating about how someone is running them up every single wall, right? How they want to tear their hair out, right? And there's this Scorpionic energy just going on and on and on in relationality to feeling so frustrated about something. But God, like, don't you dare say another, don't you? And another person will say something, right, laughingly about the same person. And Scorpio will turn on that person so quick and say, what did you just say? And another person will look at the Scorpio and say, I just said what you said. No, you didn't. No, you didn't, right? Because Scorpios understand that the quality that we can gripe about someone is based on our proximity to how much we care about them, right? Like the proximity by which, like, there is a Scorpio around you that is griping about a person. And another person will say something and they will turn on that person so quick. They will turn on that person so quick, right? Like whiplash, and be like, what did you just say? And be like, but you said that. No, I didn't. The qualifier, right? The qualifier is they're allowed to, because of the proximity that they have. They feel safe enough to say it because they are looking, right? They're looking for the healing. They're trying to identify how to energetically resolve something. And so that's often what happens. And I feel like, I don't know why, the last few weeks I've been reading into this, like somebody not only got into Scorpio's business, but somebody got into Scorpio's business trying to impress a Scorpio. And instead, they just ruined a relationship, right? Somebody, like, literally, it feels like someone being like, look what I did. And another person saying, what have you done? Right? Like, that is why you don't, bottom of the deck. Scorpios know this, right? You don't do things. And this is the thing about it. We don't do things and then say that we did them for each other if we don't ask first, right? If we don't ask if someone wants something done, you can't say that you did something on someone else's behalf or benefit. If you do not ask somebody if they want something done, you cannot say that you're doing it for another person's behalf or benefit, right? Because that is the sound of another, and this is the thing Scorpios will point out, that's the sound of someone who does not want to take responsibility for their actions. Libra, 3 cards, please. 3 cards for Libra. 1, 2, 3. We've got the 7 of Pentacles in its reversal. The Sun card in its upright. And the 4 of Swords in its reversal. I love these cards right now for Libra. These are some nice, look at this. Look, oh, this is nice. This is nice. Look at this. This is vacation vibes for Libra right now. Look at the scale. Look at the scale. Do you see the scale? Right? This is the scale. And it feels to me like this feels like a healthy scale, right? And a healthy scale that we're potentially identifying in relationality to a circumstance or situation. It feels very much, this feels like Libra energy having some kind of opportunity to energetically uplift. And here's the thing about it. You'll notice this. Libras are absolutely champions when it comes to helping another person raise spirits, right? Like Libras are the cheerleaders. You know, I need to point that Leos are not the cheerleaders. Libras can often be the cheerleaders, because the thing about it is Leos hold others accountable, right? Leos raise bars, right? But Libras are the cheerleaders, because Libras will often see when another person is working through disappointment. And what are Libras doing? They're constantly like, oh, look, I found this bright side, right? Like there's Libras just finding bright sides everywhere. Like they turn around and they find a bright side. So I feel like there's something really important there, because it says to me that this feels very much like Libras working into the space by which they're able to energetically accommodate, right? And I feel like it's almost like this is almost about like the Libras having a conversation with another that help them identify and recognize, like helping another person see a positive point of view on something, or seeing something that they hadn't seen before. Because this is like Libra's favorite thing to do is often shedding or sharing energetic light on things. And I like to point out the light that Libras share isn't light, it's light, right? It's lightness, right? It's the space by which it helps helping another person understand how they can carry something so that it's not so energetically heavy. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with the Temperance card. The one thing I want to say right now for a lot of the Libras is make sure that you're being patient. Make sure that you're being patient with things that you're energetically working for. Because especially with the Temperance card in its reversal, um, like this often says to me, I like to point this out, and Libras sometimes get this, right? Like when something isn't going the way that one expects, the conversation is made a lot easier when you say to someone, what would it take to change that? Right. And you have to understand, and this is often what's misconceived by those with Libra placements. Libras will often look at things and say, what will it take to change that? In the context of understanding that they say that in the way of saying, like, is a situation, is a decision that's being made based on mood, or is it based on determination? So I feel like it's interesting because I feel like this is a lot of the Libra energy potentially working through something, but working through something in a way by which they're facilitating, right, the understanding of recognizing or identifying the nature and the shape of the way that others make decisions, right? And this is why you see, like, you'll often see Libras asking a lot of questions because what they're trying to do is they're trying to understand the nature of other scales, right? Like there's that like a Libra asking a lot of questions isn't trying to be intrusive. They're trying to better understand the nature of another scale. So I feel like there's something about Libras communicating that to another in terms of why they're asking something or the relevance that might be energetically important there. Whoop. All right, moving on to Virgos. You've got one card transverse already. Can I get two more, please? And one more. Transverse, first transverse today. We've got the Nine of Pentacles out again in its transverse. We've got the Six of Pentacles in its upright. A lot of pentacle energy here. And oh my gosh, the Five of Pentacles. It's all pentacle. It's all pentacle. This is all logistics. This is moving resources around. This might even be a move, an imminent move on the horizon for some of the Virgo energy. This feels like decluttering. This feels like decluttering. This feels like, yeah, it's like spring cleaning. It's not surprising to me because the thing about it, and here's the thing about it, like Virgos, I know you love, like you love your cleaning seasons, right? You love your cleaning season. There's a Virgo going spring cleaning. But the thing is, sometimes you don't need something new, right? Sometimes you don't need something new. Sometimes you just need to brush off something old. Virgos understand, right? This is why Virgos often have archives because they understand that, like, there you are, like, you don't need to have something new. You just need to brush off something that you haven't touched in a while, and it's good as new, right? It's good as new. And so I think that that's really interesting because I feel like for some, I keep on hearing archiving or spring cleaning, right? Archiving or spring cleaning, looking for things that you can bring back from the past that you can bring back as new, or recontextualizing or reorganizing the past based upon some kind of new categorization method. This is the same energy I saw with Pisces last week. This is the energy I saw with Pisces last week hitting Virgo, which is not surprised because they're cross from one another. So I feel like there's some kind of need. Like I feel like there's some kind of need right now for Virgos in terms of like shedding things in order to feel lighter, or to feel less burdened. And I think that there's something positive here too, because this is often how Virgos avoid burnout, right? Virgos understand, like the thing with Virgos and burnout is sometimes in the space by which you're not energetically, like you're not taking the time to energetically be restorative, right? And I like it too because the thing about it too that Virgos recognize is that um and it's like the word I'm seeing with the Emperor in its reversal is like the best way I can describe it is boundary check, you know? And the reason I keep on getting a like boundary check is because like Virgos understand that the sound of another person taking advantage is often the space by which another person expects something, right? That they should be energetically asking for, right? Like that is the sound. Like that's what I keep on getting with a boundary check, right? The expectation, right? It's the qualification of appreciate, like the qualification of expectation that is in the shape or in the nature by which, and this is what I keep on getting, we ask first because it feels energetically healing. And so I think that's interesting because I feel like that is I feel like that's a lot of the energy, like building upon fact checking or working into the space of saying to another, like, let me just get my facts straight on this. Because you'll often notice like Virgos have no tolerance when they recognize that another person's boundaries are not logical. Because when another person's boundaries are not logical, there's a word for that. That's preferential, right? And so I feel like that's almost like potentially some Virgos bringing up, right? Potentially bring, like Virgos will not shy away from bringing up another person's hypocrisies as it relates to standards, because that's Virgo saying, right? You can't have preferences in the realm of standards, right? That if you've got preferences in the realm of standards, that is not fair. And that's like and I feel like that's almost Virgo's like doing a lot of work of making others aware of things that are not fair. Continuing to get clarification right now are Leo, sun, moon, and rising. Woo! Where'd that card go? Come back here. Another transverse. Okay, fine. Okay, get over here. Just get up here. Okay, 7 of Cups in its transverse. What else we got? High Priestess in its reversal. Ace of Swords in its reversal. You know, oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. These cards for Leo. Are you kidding me right now? Um, I got to tell you something right now. I'm just going to say this. Leos know this. I know you know this song all too well, Leos. The sound of another person not like not being energetically appreciative of every, like, and here's the thing about it. Here's like this is these cards for Leo is working into, like, this is there's one thing that Leos can't tolerate, and that is ingratitude, right? Like I'll tell you right now, I like you say the word ingratitude around a Leo, right? And you'll start hearing some, you'll be like, what is that noise? Like, what is that noise? Oh, it's like, somebody was expressing ingratitude around a Leo, right? Because you have to understand, right? There's Leos, right? There's Leos constantly doing everything they possibly can to navigate situations to the best of their abilities. And you have to understand, Leos always bring every person that they care about into every room that they're in, right? When you understand that there's a Leo, right? You'll also notice Leo's always got big bags, right? Why do Leos always have big bags? Why do Leos always pack so big? Because Leos are like, I can fit it, right? There's Leos trying to bring everyone into every room that they're in, right? And the context or the understanding, right? The context or the understanding that often happens with Leos is there's a Leo being conscientious of all the moving parts around them, trying to do everything they can to do everything they can for everyone. And in the modality by which another person says, "What about me?" right? The space by which another person tries to articulate, right? The audacity, the energetic audacity of saying to a Leo, "What about me?" right? And a Leo will just literally look at someone, be like, "What are you talking about?" Be like, "What about me?" And being like, "What about what? What about me?" And being like, and you have to understand, like, there's a misconception. There's a misconception that Leos do things for the self. Leos see the self as energetic portals by which others are able to do things. So the modality by which a Leo, and this is the wild thing about it, right? There's everybody trying to articulate that a Leo is selfish, and a Leo does not clarify the misconception of the fact that Leo is selfish, because in the modality by which the Leo is tenaciously working on behalf of everyone they know, then it is a blessing, right? It is an absolute blessing when a Leo sees somebody that says, you're being very selfish, because Leo then goes, oh, I know where the selfish grows, right? Oh, goody. I know where the and like even in that, right? Even in that, the Leo sees a blessing, because when another person starts saying selfish, 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 right? Leo goes, okay, I know where the selfish grows. Okay, yep, that's that. Nope, there's the selfish. I found the energetic selfish, right? Because it's the modality by which another person calls you selfish, which immediately says, what were you expecting, right? Like, selfish can only be calibrated by the space by which another person is navigating the demand. You'll always notice that someone who says selfish usually does not finish the statement by saying, when another person says selfish, it begs the question, what were you asking of them? What were you energetically expecting? Thank you to our Leos. Next sign is the Cancer. Cancer, sun, moon, and rising. Two more, please. We've got the Nine of Pentacles in its upright. We've got the 10. Yeah, that I'm not surprised to see this. The 10 of Swords in its reversal, and the 10 double tens. Yeah, the completion cycle right now for Cancers. 10 of Pentacles in its upright. This is beautiful. It's heavy, but it's beautiful. But here's the thing about it, right? Cancers like heavy things. Cancers like cancers are like heavy, bring it on, right? Because the heavy, bring it on, I'm strong is what I'm getting. Because for a lot of the Cancer energy, and I just got to tell you, it has a lot to do with the sign work that we've been seeing that's happening right now in the house of Cancer. Jupiter is finally moving out of Cancer. Mercury is in Cancer with Jupiter. Venus just completed its transition out of Cancer, right? So potentially moving in a heart-led direction, doing something because one's heart compels you, right? Sometimes kindness is the highest purpose in doing things. And I feel like there's something happening right now for a lot of Cancers by which a cause is energetically aligning to a hobby, is what it feels like. Right? It feels like something. It feels like something where like a cause is aligning to a hobby, right? And the Cancer is just like, everybody stand back. I know what I need to do, right? Like, Cancer's like, I've been waiting. I've been waiting for this moment, right? Because it feels very much like something entering Cancer's purview. And I have to describe this. Cancers, I don't know how you guys do it. You guys find yourself in the most niche things, right? There's a Cancer, right? There's a Cancer. And where do you usually find a Cancer? Sitting squarely on a niche, right? Sitting squarely on a niche. There's that Cancer, right? And they don't, like, Cancers don't want to get off the niche. Why do you want to get off the niche? Because the Cancer says, like, right, not for everybody, but that one thing that comes along, that one moment that fits my niche, right? Cancer's like, my time to shine is a shining, right? Like, that's what the Cancer's like, oh, niche, right? So Cancers get really excited when there's something that's happening that's very nuanced, because Cancers are like, is this my niche, right? And I like this because, like, I feel like this is either a Cancer finding their niche, or something finding a Cancer's niche, right? Like, one of the two things can happen: either something that's moving into the direction of a Cancer's niche, or a Cancer finding their niche. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, and especially with the High Priestess in its reversal, it's like a shooting star. You know what I mean? I feel like the anxiety that may be happening right now for some Cancerian energy is finding the time to carve out to do something, because it does feel like there's something that's happening that's requiring the Cancerian energy to act quickly or swiftly. And that's the hard part about it, Cancers. I know that that's not your favorite thing, but I'm going to say this, right? Don't let perfect get in the way of done. Okay? You can fix it later. Just go for it. Okay? Thank you to my Cancers. Next sign we're reading for right now are our Geminis. Gemini, sun, moon, and rising. How we doing right now? How we doing? One more, please. We've got the Page of Cups in its reversal. The Queen of Cups in its upright. The Page of Swords in its reversal. It's all court cards. All court cards for Gemini right now. Company coming. I feel like there's something important about this for our Geminis as it relates to being able to effectively help others through something. And I want to point this out. Like, the thing with Geminis is, like, it's hard to pin. Wow, this is interesting, because, like, the thing about it is it's hard to pin a Gemini down. Why would you ever want to pin a Gemini down? Geminis don't like to be pinned down. It would be silly to try to pin a Gemini down. Because when a Gemini is pinned down, it's like they're not operating effectively. And the thing about it is, Gemini energy does well with others that give, like, they like, here's, like, the energy around a Gemini. And what is the energy around the Gemini doing? They're giving them space, right? Gemini's like the finest gift that you can ever give a Gemini. I've gotten you some space, right? I've gotten you some space. I've gotten you a little slack. I've given you some space. Look, it's for you. I made this space all by myself, right? Like, they're just like like, and the thing about it is, they like to have, like, they like having room to run around and play to a certain extent, right? And so it feels to me like Gemini being given some kind of opportunity to take all the time they need on something, right? And that's pretty cool energy for a Gemini, right? Because and I want to point out, where others see a void, Gemini see a paint box, right? Where others see a void, Gemini sees a paint box, which is the opposite. Like, you have to understand, there's a lot of Geminis that do not believe. They're like, I don't believe a void exists, right? There's all of these other signs that are often talking about a void. And a Gemini will look at someone and be like, what is this void that you speak of? Right? Because they just refuse. They don't see the void space. It's not a void to a Gemini, right? It's a playground. Like, what do you mean you're bored? What do you mean you have a void? Right? They don't. And the hard part about it, and this is a hard thing about it though. This is why sometimes when you're not in a good mood, the last person you energetically want to talk to is a Gemini, right? Because Geminis are not good. Geminis are not, no, and Geminis, you know this about yourself, right? Leos sometimes do it too. Leos have that habit too, because Leos will be like, "Oh, it's okay. I've got some good news. You're being ridiculous," right? Leos will literally tell somebody like as a point of joy, "I've got some good news for you. That feeling you have, it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous feeling. You're welcome," right? Geminis are sometimes not good when another person just wants to sit with something, right? Because Geminis will be like, "Okay, are we done being sad now?" Like Geminis will be like, how much longer do you want to be sad? Right? Like it's hard because even Geminis don't navigate their emotions like that, right? It's very difficult for a Gemini. And the thing about it is because Geminis are very active, right? There are different ways to navigate feelings. And as soon as you understand that, and that's why you'll see, right? That's why you'll often see that Geminis will have energy around them. And someone will be like, "What's wrong with that person?" And they'll be like, "That's their coping mechanism." Right? Like you have to understand the value of a good coping mechanism. And here's the thing, there are good coping mechanisms as long as we acknowledge that we're utilizing energetic, like something energetically to cope that doesn't hurt us. Right. So I feel like this is like the Gemini almost articulating, right? I feel like and this is what often happens, right? This is like somebody, like, this is often what happens with Geminis is going through that awkward moment where someone's like, "I'm sad." And Gemini's like, "Have you found a coping mechanism?" Right? Like, have you found a coping like trying to offer them and another person being like, "I don't really want that right now," being okay, what about this coping mechanism? Because that's how they navigate it. So make sure, like, Geminis, help another person understand that that's what you're trying to do, because I know that this is going to be hard. I know you're not going to believe me when I say this. Some people just like to sit with the feeling. I know. I know that doesn't make any sense to you, but it's true. Okay, it's true. continuing continuing to get clarification. Continuing to get clarification, we've got our Taurus. Speaking of which, speaking of which, some people like to sit with the feeling. Moving on to Taurus, can I get three cards for Taurus? Some people, some people, some people, some people like to sit with the feeling. Some people like to name the feeling. Some people like to carry that feeling everywhere. Some people like to build shrines to the feeling. Sometimes the shrines are a little weird. It's okay. It's right. It's okay. It's okay. But it's okay. It's like, all right, let's what like everybody has a different way of navigating feelings, and some like to move through them like Geminis and Taurus. Listen, like your ability to energetically sit like, and this is the thing, and this is a hard thing, and I'm actually saying this because for you to like not get in a fight with the Gemini in your life right now. Like, yeah, and you have to, and I think that this is sometimes you have to explain this to others, right? You like to sit with feelings, right? And you cannot move a Taurus out of a feeling until they're good and ready to move out of it, right? God, like we've got like we cannot, you can't. I know, and the Taurus can't help it either, right? It's like a cloak, like once a Taurus is in a mood, right? And this is why you'll often see a Taurus be like, "Now you've done it." Right? And you'll be like, "What? You put me in a mood. What?" Like, you put me, it's going to take me weeks. It's going to take me days to get out of it, right? Because Taurus, you move through your emotions move through you more slowly, right? And the thing about it is, and the best thing you can often do, like nobody like, and the thing about it, often Taurus get very frustrated because like Taurus will walk in a room with a mood and everybody will go quiet, right? Like Taurus, it's like an old Western. You see a tourist walk in the room and everyone's like, and they just stop because it's like the presence, like, you know. Um, so I think that there's something important about like it's giving me a little bit of carry on energy, right? And I like to describe this like sometimes the best way to help others, if you're in a mood, if you're in a mood and others can't and others are trying to like uplift your attitude, is having to say to someone, right, I'm comfortable being in this mood, right? Like honestly, like sometimes like things profoundly train, like it's interesting because I was trying to say change, but the word that came out was train, which is like when we help another person understand our train of thought, magical things happen, right? Which is the modality by which you explain to another person the mood that they find you in, but also tell them that their mood that they find you in is not their fault, right? Because that's often what happens. Because here's the thing that Taurus sometimes don't realize, there's a Taurus carrying a mood around for weeks, right? There's a Taurus like carrying a mood around for days and weeks, and then everybody who encounters them like leaves the presence of the Taurus and goes, what did I do, right? And so and just in the space by which you explain to another person, this is where you find me, this is not what you've created within me, then it allows the ability for another person to say, how can I, what can I do? Look at that bottom of the deck sticking through, right? Two bottoms of the deck. What can I do to help you carry it better? How can I effectively, right? What do you need right now? But it only starts when we communicate to another and we say, the mood you find me in is not one that you created. It's one that I'm currently navigating, right? And sometimes just identifying that, helping others know that the arrival of your presence or the way that another person finds you isn't something that they created within you, but something that you yourself are internally navigating, then it allows the context by which another person can help you more, because then you can move on, right? Another person isn't trying to figure out what's wrong. They understand that this is the song that you're singing right now, and they say like, how can I harmonize with it better? Continuing right now for our Aries, final sign today. Aries, why are we singing? Oh, we got this. Here's the thing. The thing about it, I got to point out, speaking about signs and what they carry, every other sign, when they carry the Hermit card, it can be like nobody knows. But this, you have to understand, a Hermit card in with Aries is a Fool card, right? Like Aries loves the Hermit card. Are you kidding me? Like it's like again, yeah, Ace of Wands. That's because Aries is currently healing their Saturn placements, Hierophant in its reversal. You know how everyone says like I never want to grow up? Aries are always like I can't wait to grow up so I can be the child that I aspire to be. Right? That's the song of Aries. I can't wait, right? I can't wait until I grow up so I can be the child, right? That I aspire to be. Because that's the understanding that like literally Aries grow up so that nobody can tell them what to do. So then they can immediately move into child mode. And like this is why you'll see like you will see an Aries working to protect their inner child in every direction of their life, because what they've really been doing is they've been carrying that inner child with them the whole time, so that they can finally get to an age by which they can allow the inner child to play, right? There's that grumbling Aries holding something and everyone's like, what are you holding? And Aries is like, nothing. Right? Like nothing, like nothing, right? And then finally they get to a space and they look around and they just open their arms and there's their inner child. They go for it. Yeah, look what I got you a playground, right? And I feel like that's what I mean when I keep on saying that there's something profound and beautiful that's happening right now with Saturn. And this is the important thing, Saturn and Neptune. Saturn and Neptune in Aries, right? Because Saturn and Neptune says that if you manage to survive and keep that inner child thriving, then you energetically win, right? because it's that inner child, it's the emotions, right? There's Saturn carrying Neptune, right? Saturn carrying Neptune, that inner child, right? Not allowing the emotions to get crushed. And it's funny because I was about to say crushed, but instead the word said crushed, right? Not allowing the emotions to get crushed, but protecting of them, being conscientious with them, right? And you'll often see this, right? You'll sometimes see some Aries that are they're very conscientious in the realm of their emotions. But that's why when they come into their warrior mentality, right? You'll often see them kind of moving back into those childlike qualities, because that's the point of the Aries that almost articulates and says, I can't wait until I grow up so I can be the child that I always aspired to be. What's the point of growing? Right? And you'll see this, like often you'll see, right? Aries can't stand being little. You go find me an Aries that enjoys being little, right? And they'll be like, I can't wait. But the thing is, it's because they can't wait. It's not because they want to lose all of that. It's they can't wait until others stop feeling like they have a right to tell them what to do, which is why good luck. Like good luck to you. Like good luck to anybody. If you're ever like bottom of the deck, you can't tell an Aries to do anything. Okay, you can't tell an Aries to do anything. Aries better want to do it, right? You Aries better what you can explain to an Aries why it's a good thing to do, right? Like Aries, you have to convince an Aries. You can't be directive towards an Aries for this reason, right? Especially once they get full grown, because I like Aries never lose. It never leaves Aries' mouth. Nobody tells me what to do when we care about each other. And this is the thing I'll say to Aries: when we care about each other, we don't tell each other what to do. We tell each other what we need, right? And that's the thing that Aries often learn, right? that often those that we care about don't tell us things in the space by which they want to cramp our style. They tell us things in order for us to be able to be less cramped, right? And sometimes to get less cramped, we have to hear things that are hard to hear, right? So just kind of keep that in mind, especially as it relates to others articulating in the realm of feelings, right? Or trying to have productive conversations about that, right? Because, and I like to point this out, a healthy Aries is just as invested as others' playgrounds as they are their own, right? Healthy Aries is just as invested in others' playgrounds as they are their own. So don't get in an argument this week, right? Talk about how you can build better playgrounds. That is our tarot astrology for this week, June 23rd. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class on the ACE cards. Our next class will be on Thursday, July 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the two cards of the minor arcana. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. And if you become a founding member, you will have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as having a discounted rate on the full year's worth of classes. One of the things I've tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't want to get on, even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would still encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will give you updates on everything. We'll let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards based on the lunation cycles. I just wrote one recently on the Gemini new moon that we experienced. I'll have one out shortly on this full moon we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits. Also for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discounted rate, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Nicole. You got our highest gifter today. You will be getting that free reading. And thank you so much, Bridget. You came in second, so you will have an additional card in your one card as well. If anybody else wants to get on the list for today, I've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Savage, you are already on the list because when you give the gift of a meteor shower, you're automatically added to the list. So, hi there, Ella. Welcome. You just broke down. Oh my gosh, I'm glad to hear you're in good shape, Nicole. Sending you so much support. Libra moon. Thank you, Ivana, for being here. I love a Libra moon. It's a beautiful placement. Yeah, Libra moon today. Thanks, Libras. Virgo. What I was reading for Virgo right now, Jackie, is it's basically it was working through it's working through helping another person recognize if they're taking some kind of privileged perspective on things, or having a conversation with someone about like not moving the goalposts as it relates to boundaries, or doing something in an exceptional way that isn't something that can be easily replicated or expanded upon. The Taurus moon, the Taurus energy we had was basically making sure that you're communicating to others that you're in a mood if you don't want to change out of a mood, so they don't feel like they're the source of the mood, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's lightness because we carry it with them. Absolutely. As a Libra, I ask a lot of questions because I have difficulty getting people's motivation sometimes. Yeah, like that's why like Libras often ask questions because they're trying to understand each other people's scales. Virgo, sun, and rising. Tap to claim. Yes, decluttering. Thank you, Curly, for confirming. A lot of decluttering for the Virgos, too. I just want to move a chair and end up moving the whole freaking room. Beautifully said. I'm a quadruple Virgo. You're a quadruple Virgo. Oh, sending you so much support on that journey. Oh my goodness. Purge what doesn't serve you anymore. Tap to claim chasing. My husband says I throw everything away and I don't ask. Yeah, that's a Virgo quality. Sun, Moon in Virgo in eighth, and Mercury and Venus in the seventh. Oh, I like an eighth house Mercury. Yeah. Seventh house Venus can be a little tricky. Yes, shedding. True. Thank you, Curly. Look at my timing. Welcome, Nikki. Perfect timing. Yeah, I thought you were talking to a cat for the second, not the card. Oh, that's so funny, chasing. Uh-oh. What the heck, spirit? Exactly. That's for sure. Yeah, truth. Chasing. My mom worked very hard to make me grateful for my second life, even with all the pain. Sending you support on that journey, chasing. We're too busy working to be spending time on justifying to others. Tap to claim. Love that. I love that sun card in there too. I love that as well. Thank you, chasing. 9 out of 10. 1 minute, please. Okay. Is it possible for lovers to mirror their partner and vice versa? Absolutely, Paula. I like to point out when we're in a healthy space, that's going to be healthy mirroring. But it can, again, it can grow toxic real quick if we're not doing the right work. How you doing today, Barbara? Welcome, Dot Node. Hi there, Paula. Welcome, Geetha. Welcome, Your News. Hi there, Cal. Ryan, you're always welcome to ask questions, but if you'd like cards pulled around it, that would be a donation-based reading. So all you need to do if you would like to get on the list is send the donation via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. Hi there, DT. Hi there, Modern. Yes, I'm happy to read for you. If you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. Oh, that's very kind of you to say, DT. I appreciate it. Oh, I appreciate that. Again, for those who become paid members, DT, not only do you get a discount on the personal readings, so they're 4 for $23 instead of 3 for $29 for those who are paid members, but you also get a free one card reading each day. You're so welcome, dear, and thank you for being here and receiving these messages. 9 to 10. Yeah, you saw that too, Nikki, right? Chasing, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Mystic East, thank you so much for the follow as well. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Raul. Just reading back on some of the comments. Thank you for those, Jules. Again, Paula and Daniela. I've been studying the cards for about 30 plus years. Nancy, good to see you. Excellent. How are you doing today, Amine? Happy to read for you. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. We've got 4 spots available today before the list is closed. Sending you so much support on that journey. How you doing today, Kelly? Excellent. Oh, welcome from Morocco. Sending you so much support on your journey of healing, dear. I like it when I scroll into a stream that makes no sense to normal people. How are you doing today, Funk? Thank you for also receiving this. Thank you, B. I got a lot of Scorpios over on the tube. No problem. You're welcome, Drac. Grand Rising G. I think Libra is a good thing. I mean, like all the signs are good, you know? Serenity, I'm happy to read for you. If you'd like to get on the list, we're doing personal readings now. I've got 4 spots left before the list is closed. Let those with ears be able to hear, LT. So much going on. You're welcome, Paula. My Leo mom is so good at getting me out of a bad mood. Leos are good at that. Libras are very good at that. Right? But the thing about it is Leos will drag you. Right? That's a problem with it. Leos will drag you out of a bad mood. Libras will cheer you up. You know, Leos will be like none of that, right? Like Leos will drag you kicking and screaming out of a bad mood. Yeah. How you doing today? Absolutely. All right. Yes, Laurel. I just wrapped up my women's camping retreat and they're demanding another one. That's amazing. That's amazing, Laurel. Congratulations. Hi there, Savage. Is Taurus and Sag compatible? I have so much to learn. I've already learned so much. Listen, I am someone who firmly believes all the signs are compatible if they're doing the right work. The problem with Taurus and Sagittarius is when things are good, they're very, very good. When things are bad, they can be awful, because you have to understand they're both two parts of the animal mind, right? The Sagittarius moves into more the liberation of the self or the body, right? The Taurus is more in the space of the mind. So when they're aligned, it can be very harmonious, right? Because they can effectively act as each other's ideal counterparts. The hard part about it is going to be when they try to stop or block one, like when they get into the space of trying to stop or block one or the other from doing something that they long to do. And the hard part about it is, I guarantee you what will happen more times than not is either like the Taurus, like either Taurus energy is being very stubborn, not in the space by which they're trying to do something, but in the space by which they're not being cooperative in the way by which they're trying to do it. So if the Taurus hasn't healed the tendency of being single-minded, it's going to be very problematic for the Sag. And simultaneously and similarly, if the Sag hasn't worked to make the Taurus feel like they have a say as it relates to Sag is making determinations. The problem with Sag and Taurus is they're both healing from a lot of hyper independence, right? So if they're not actively working to heal from those wounds of hyper independence, they can either be each other's best friends or worst enemies. It can be like Clash of the Titans, you know? Grand Rising, Laurel, good to see you today. Happy to read for you, Wildflower. On if you'd like to get on the list, happy to read for you. I will point out we never leave the cards. We never make our decisions based upon the cards, but the cards can give us advice in terms of what we should take in mind as we're making one. You watch Shooting Stars. That's amazing. We did do Taurus. Oh, and thank you for watching the live for 100 minutes, Wildflower. Excellent. You're so welcome, Ed. Yeah, Geminis are fascinating. And no two are alike. Yeah, I need to finally get on the disco. Please do. Yeah, this is who my guy is, Gemini Aquarius. I'm hoping this flows well with my Sag Scorpio. Geminis and Sages love each other. It's more just making sure that you guys don't end up in jail. Okay. The problem with a Gemini and Sag is like it's a crime waiting to happen, being like, what we could do, right? Because you're just going to gas each other up. Yep, absolutely. How you doing today, Homeland? My unmatched parasas paspity, coupled with sheer indefatigability, makes me a feared opponent in any realm of human endeavor. I mean, who do you feel like you're battling against, though? Seems a very adversarial way of viewing things. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Habre. Thank you for the compliment, Breakaway. Yeah, I feel crazy, like crazy though. I've been single for 4 years. Don't be crazy. You're not crazy, right? You're being patient. We can always read onto it, crate chasing. I broke up with my Gemini partner last week. We had a long distance relationship of 1.5 years. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Curly. Yeah, it is really hard. Long distance is incredibly difficult. Literally say that and people are not receptive, but they should be because it's true. My Gemini moon had me running around the retreat on full tilt boogie. Well, this was a good time for you to be on it too, because Gemini is like this energy right now has been like really good for Gemini energy. My Gemini brother immediately wants to offer advice, solutions before I can even finish. That's the thing about it. Like Geminis have and this is what I mean. Geminis have a hard time sitting with feelings. Geminis, it's hard to convince a Gemini that a void space exists. right? Because if they have a feeling, they immediately want to do something with it. It's not a negative, but once they recognize that, things get easier. Hmm. You're so welcome. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yeah, so true. And Leos sometimes do that. No, Leos do it too. And the thing about it is, it can often be the space by which Leos are seen as being brusque. But the problem is, like, Leos feel relieved when they can tell somebody that they're being ridiculous, right? Because Leos, when others help Leos recognize they're being ridiculous, like Leos say thank you, right? Like Leos feel like that's the only problem with Leos. Leos feel like they're helping someone by walking them through why something they feel is silly. And sometimes people just want to feel their feels, regardless of whether they're silly or not. Right? Leos, but here you have to understand, Leos don't allow themselves to feel silly feelings, right? Like that's what often happens. That's where the misconception happens. Leos don't let it happen, right? Like that's why there's often a misinterpretation of what's happening there. Yeah, same with my partner who's a Gemini rising. I'm like, hold on. I know. Thank you for confirmation, Ed. Taurus and Cancer. I know they are like Taurus and Cancer, you know, they like to sit and they like to stew. You know, it's good soup. It's good soup, you know? Like yeah. Four of Pentacles, perfect. Some have to process. Yeah, my experience with a Taurus. I'm happy to say that I have plenty of space. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, thank you, Joey. I appreciate that. Not even we can fix it. My Taurus partner, there's no budging till they. Yeah, that's it. You can't. You can't. Like if Taurus, like Taurus, don't know, understand what people say. They say get out of that mood. They're like, how do you do that? Right? They just have to wait for the emotion to move through them. Yeah. Oh, you and your husband are both Taurus, but here's the thing about it. Taurus and Taurus can sometimes be like a really good pairing, right? Like masters of cozy, you know? Like it can often be like that too. Like some signs when you get them together, it can work really well sublimely so long as you're doing the work, right? But also again, when you're fighting, it can be Clash of the Titans, right? Who's gonna be quiet? Like who's gonna be quiet the longest? Right? Who's gonna be quiet the longest? I can now quiet you. Thank you for the compliment, Joshua. Literally just told my partner this yesterday. Just tell me it's not my, yeah, that's the thing about it, right? Just like Leo, like Taurus have to help others understand, like, this is the mood you find me in. This is not the food. This is not the mood I'm showing you because this isn't an attitude, right? That's what often happens with Taurus. Helping others say, this isn't an attitude. This is the mood you're finding me with, right? Like everything changes when Taurus recognizes they need to articulate that. Oh, I'm glad, Savage. And Mamo, thank you for sharing the live. Good to see you today. This we just finished the collective avatar. About to get started on personals. No problem. You're welcome, Nikki. And D Enlightened, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Avatar. Thank you for those heart me's, Nikki. Guys, please remember if you're on the clock app to recharge your heart me's. If you'd like an animal oracle card on top of your one card, my Saturn is in Aries. I low key always felt this way. Well, that's the thing about it. Like if you start with your Saturn in Aries, that's often indicative of old soul energy, right? You came here to help. Saturn in Aries is old soul energy. You didn't come here to heal your Saturn placements, right? You came here to help, right? That's first line of defense. That's spiritual warrior. Mm-hmm. My moon's in Aries with Scorpio passion behind it, so I totally get it. That's a cool combination. Yeah, I sure can't. It has to be our idea. Exactly. It has to be our idea. There's everybody trying to convince Aries, be like, you know what's a good idea? Like, what a good idea, Aries. Yeah, absolutely. It's blessing now. Absolutely. That was good. Thank you so much for being here. Looking forward to our reading, Janae. Excellent. You're so welcome, Mamu. All right, let's get to it. Yeah. No, I can imagine. No, an Aries moon with Scorpio placements. Yeah, that is the best person to have in your corner. Yep. Excellent. Thank you for those gifts, Nicole. And thank you for those gifts. I'm looking forward to our reading. Okay. Do you have access to the video that I sent you? Because I thought I got some emails about it. I wanted to talk to you about it. Pre-shadow Purse Mercury hit me harder than we are in it. Yeah, this pre-shadow period I think is going to be harder than actually being in it. Yeah, someone just said to me it feels like soup outside. Yep. Yeah, that's finding the bright side. Pre-shadow and post are usually more impactful on me too. Cloudy with a chance. We're just very rarely we just rarely fuss or argue. It's normal. It's normally silent as a mouse contest, and then it's over. Yeah, well, that's what happens. Like when two Taurus fight, it's gonna be like quiet, right? Like a little too quiet. Like this is actually the problem with like Taurus and Leo in a relationship, right? Because like Leo's when Leos get upset, Leos get loud. Taurus get quiet, right? Which can sometimes like like yeah. There's a Leo roaring. Like there's a Leo roaring and there's a Taurus getting more and more silent, right? Mhm. Oh, that makes a lot of sense, Bridget. Yeah, your Saturn's in Aries too. Mhm. Excellent. Saturn and Libra. Yeah, Saturn and Libra is interesting, right? Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to do it, right? Oh, welcome from your nap. Perfect timing because we're about to get started on personals. I need to point out, Jim, this is not new. This is actually one of the oldest sciences. So it's interesting that you say that it's a sad day where we blame. So you have to understand we're not blaming anything because blame is trying to put accountability on things. But understanding the nature of the energy that you're experiencing helps you recognize how to navigate it appropriately. I also need to point out there's nothing new about this, that this is something that actually has existed. This is one of the earliest sciences, not the newest. But it's okay. If you stick around, you might be able to learn a little bit more about it. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Okay. All right, we are going to get started on personal reads. The first person we are reading for today is going to be Janae. Janae, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, I've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. I'm going to read the list now. If you'd like to have a reading, if anybody else would like to get on the list, you just need to send the donation via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. I'm happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We read for here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, angelic, dream interpretation, past life mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit, guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, aura, symbol, and signal decoding. If you've got information that you feel is necessary or relevant for our reads, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Okay. And excellent. Oh, hooray! Welcome, Willa Wildflower. All right. I'm going to read the list now for anybody on the list. If I have not named you and you're on the list, just send me the initial where you sent the donation. I don't want the full name of the location. The apps are very jealous. They don't like to hear the other names of the apps on their apps. Just the initial. We got Janae, Savage, Nicole, Ivana, and Curly. And if anybody else wants to get on the list, I've got 4 more people before the list will be closed. Before we begin with Janae's reading, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Janae. Janae, if you're here, could you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Unless she had to step away. Second call for Janae. If Janae had to step away, the next person on our list for today is Savage. Savage, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? She's here. Hi there, dear. Excellent. Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Got it. Oh, thank you for letting me know. Just bear with me a minute as I pull up the question. No problem. If you have access to our subscriber, you message me a disco gif after this, during this live, and I will send you an invite to our disco channel so you can post your questions up there as well. And you'll also find in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program if you'd like to join. I got it here. I got you, dear. And I'm going to pin up here. I'm going to pin up Janae. Guys, make sure to give Janae some love. 4 cards, please. And 1 more. I mean, I'm getting a very specific response from one of your guides. That was you asking why this is happening. You know? Because I see, like, I see a situation by which someone is being absolutely ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense, right? How could they articulate that they feel all of this, but then they're acting like this? It doesn't make sense, right? The dots don't connect. And you have to understand, and this is why the guides were showing you, like, they're giving you access to something in your Akashic because you've had to effectively, I feel like you've reached a point where you're like, the first thing I see that you're working through is, I feel like the breakthrough that you had was understanding the responsibility in terms of something that you would have to change, like something that you can change in another versus what you would have to accept in order to be in partnership with someone. And the thing about it is I feel like I'm seeing something there that's really important. Like, I keep on hearing, is that person looking for a relationship or are they trying to build an army? Is what I keep on hearing from one of your guides. Is that person trying? Is that person's priority looking for a relationship? Or are they trying to build an army? And the thing is, those who try to build an army, right? What does someone trying to build an army say? Resistance is futile, right? There should be no relationship. There should be absolutely no relationship that starts with the words resistance is futile, right? And I think that that's the hard part about it. Like, I literally see somebody that is operating under the condition that says, like, and you can just expect it, because I don't think that they're going to stop trying to come towards you, right? Like, I'll tell you right now what I'm seeing with this energy. They're going to come towards you and say, they're going to try to come towards you and say, deny that you have feelings for me, right? They're going to come towards you, and they're probably, right? They're probably going to say, I'll go away when you can deny that you have feelings for me. And what you're going to have to say to them is, feelings do not a relationship make, right? Feelings do not a relationship make. They do make traps, right? There are those that exist that will literally stir up feelings in another, and then they'll go, now you're trapped. Now you're trapped with all that attraction, right? Now there you are. There you are. There you are in my web of attraction. like literally. I know. It's weird. 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 Right? Like, we don't build attraction webs. And I wouldn't be, this person seems like they're smoking. It's like I'm just getting a sense when I see energy like this. I would not be surprised if this person's a smoke show. Um, they typically are. But again, you know, like a smoke show only gets you so far, right? Like, what happens with smoke? It dissipates, right? Like, that's like what happens with smoke. It dissipates. You can't put your hands around it. You can't eat it. It can't nourish you, right? And so, and I wouldn't, and so the hard part about this is, like, and I feel like, the reason the guides are showing you this is because any distance that they're putting between you and them right now, they're trying to build longing, right? They think they're torturing you right now with their lack of presence, right? They're showing, and that's the thing about it. Like, here they are, and this is the thing this is why I started laughing about that guide that showed up, because the guide was laughing because they're like, they think that they're about to torture them with their lack of presence. We decided to show them the file. It's interesting that they said we decided it was time to show them the file, because it does feel like this guide is in communication with your ancestors, because it's one guide articulating the fact that they checked. Like, it's one guide articulating that they checked with ancestral energy to see whether they would be comfortable with them showing you the file, is what I keep on seeing. Because again, and this is why, because your ancestral energy said they're not going to defile them like that. They're not going to defile them by putting them in a state of trapped longing, right? So I literally see a situation by, instead of having you in a state of trapped longing, you're just like, you're looking over this file with your jaw on the floor, right? Because I literally see the guide, like, that was the guy that was laughing as it was handing it to you, because they're like, what, get a load of these. And it's not the fact, it's not, and I keep on hearing the reason that they're laughing is because they're like, there's nothing funny about it, right? They're laughing when they were coming to me, but they're saying there's nothing funny about it. But somebody went, it's something like the guide literally said, if they think they want to be funny, I can be hilarious, right? That's what the guide said. If they like, that's the thing about it. The guide was quite serious, but basically they said, if they think, right, if they think, if they think they can play with this one, I'm gonna show them how hilarious it can become. especially because I think that they're under the impression that they think that they're an atheist, which is coming through. Mm-hmm. So, and I feel like I just need to prepare you for it, right? Like you're asking why. Like they're saying to me that they showed that to you as a shield, right? I want you to make sure that you're really studying. I want you to make sure that you're really studying and writing down your assessment on all of those experiences that you saw. Because whatever this is that's been karmically happening between you and them, right? The one piece of evidence that you now have is it's been happening for a long time. And the major message that I kept on seeing around this is, again, it feels like in every lifetime you start to move spiritual and they start saying, like, why won't you cleanse me? It's not your responsibility. And here's the thing about it, bottom of the deck, it's the same message. Like that's the hard part. Like those that don't want to come into the light will often try to articulate and say, like, they'll take it, they'll get up in their feelings. They'll be like, why won't you cleanse me? And being like, because if you don't want to be energetically cleansed, then it's not a cleansing. That's an exorcism. Like, that's not, it's not the same thing, right? And the thing about it is, if you can't, and like this is why they showed you that river, right? What's the point of cleansing someone if they're just going to run and get themselves filthy again, right? Like you can't, like you are not someone's temporary sanctuary in a besotted life, right? You are not the respite from a besotted life, is what I keep on getting. You're not the respite from a besotted life, which is someone who feels like they can go around in their life doing anything, and then they come back to you and everything is energetically new and fresh again. And the reason I feel like this is all being brought up is because I keep on hearing 4 months, they're going to show their face again. They're going to show their face again with no pretense, with no explanation, and they're going to try to say, aren't you excited to see me? And the guides are helping you energetically prepare for that moment. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. 4 weeks, 4 months. All right. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. And if you would like to get on the list right now, the list is open. I've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. We have 3 spots open today before the list will be closed. Thank you for getting on the list, Stella. We read for here highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, aura, and signal and symbol decoding. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Thank you so much, Nancy, for being here and receiving these messages. Okay. I would also stress, Janae, if you want to head over to, if you want to stress, if you want confirmation on this too, when I started doing this reading, the energy over on the place that we keep the videos moved very directly into a specific direction. And I would articulate to only go over there to read over the comments if you're feeling like, if you want to get a sense of the type of energy that someone's potentially going to try to bring towards it as they try to come back towards you. I'm going to be going ahead and removing them shortly, but I'm leaving them there for you right now in case you want to get a sense of what you can energetically expect, and your guide is giving me a buzz in the ear to reaffirm that that's something that they wanted me to articulate to you too. Absolutely. It's like it's a lot of this like it's a lot of this like I'm irresistible kind of energy, right? Yeah. Like nobody says no to me. Absolutely. I got you, dear. Mhm. Yes. Oh, it's interesting too. I mean, I'm happy in terms of the question. The question was getting clarification on what was occurring in the dream space and why these past life experiences are being revealed. It's interesting that I tried to say revealed, but they're saying relieved, which is like the energy is providing the context of the past life experiences to relieve the feeling of longing that someone's trying to create within you. Potentially because they feel that they have a connection to your sacral chakra now. Yeah, absolutely. Very. Thank you for confirmation. Very weird. It's very weird. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow. Okay. So that's why they're giving them to you now. I feel like they're trying to energetically prepare you for the fact that they're going to try to come back. That's how it feels. Yeah, trap longing. Oh my God, that's what they want to do for sure. Hi there, Vera. I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. I've got 3 spots available today before the list will be closed. He would say things like he was joking, but I knew he was serious. That's what I mean about it, right? Like, and I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the things they were saying were bordering on the offensive in relationality, or I'm not even bordering on the offensive, bordering on the defiling, if that makes sense. Like that's the word that your guides are bringing up. You've been replaying them daily. Yeah, absolutely. This is so accurate. Not an exorcism. It is. Yeah, I got you on the list, Stella. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Happy to read the list right now. So the list we have right now is Savage is next, and then Nicole, and then I've got Ivana, Curly, and Stella. And we've got 3 more spots before the list will be closed. Yeah, you see, but I need to point out, Nicole, it's fascinating because the energy literally showed up just during that reading, which is why I was like just watching it and I was like, oh, this is fascinating. I was like, fascinating. Thank you for helping me do the reading more accurately. Hi there. How are you doing today, Mochi? If you'd like to get on the list is open. We've got 3 spots available today. It's 3 cards for 29 or more for those who are not paid members. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep. Just bear with me. I'm doing well today, Jason. How are you doing today? Okay. I'll be there. I'm going. Yes. Thank you for confirmation. Isn't it wild? Isn't it wild? Yeah. So you still have a 1 card available, dear, when we get to the 1 cards. Yeah, so interesting. This really resonates with me. Sending you support as well, Bridget. Yeah, he wants me to long for him, long story short, because of previous lifetimes. Like, how are you going to deny a connection like this? Yeah. Well, and it's interesting too because like in terms of like in terms it's interesting that the guides are allowing them to come into your dream space, but I feel like the reason that that's potentially happening right now is the guides probably trying to get you ready for the fact that they're going to try to come back. And I guarantee you when they come back, they're not going to take any accountability. It's going to be like a sup. It's going to be a sup. It's going to be a sup. Like sup as in I'm hungry. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, when someone says, "Oh, Bridget, you can absolutely get on from the 50K." I'll just add you now. All right. And that was Sunday. Hold on. Sunday. Oh, I got it. Yep. All right. We've got 2 spots available today before the list will be closed. All right. Mochi, if you'd like to get on the list for a reading, all you need to do is send the donation via my tree that is Binks in my bio, and I'll be happy to pull cards for you. As I mentioned, it's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for those who are non-paid members. When someone says just kidding, they're serious, but they don't want to upset you about what they've said. Well, again, you'll often notice this with those who are testing boundaries, right? They're only kidding if you were offended. And if you were offended, it was a joke. Why can't you take a joke? Why are you so sensitive? Right? It's convenient, isn't it? It's only a joke if you didn't find it funny. That's the sound of someone testing boundaries. Yeah, I hate when they do that. Yeah, it's deplorable behavior. Excellent. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sending you support on that, dear. Yeah, I was shocked to see, and I keep on getting the guides are showing you because they're trying to get you prepared. Yeah, as one of my cards moves. That makes sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah, should I wait till later? Well, no, we can do your reading right now, Savage. You got plenty of time. Yeah, why would they feel comfortable to make someone uncomfortable? Because they want to see, like, some energy looks for relationships that have no boundaries, right? In some individuals that are not building into divine union, look for relationships that are just the definition of another person allowing someone to be their doormat. It's sad but true, right? That's like the relationship that often feels like a race to the bottom. All right, the next person we're reading for right now is Savage. Savage, if you're here, can you respond? Well, you're here clearly. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And while we wait, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. Thank you for the compliment, Devil. There's no higher compliment than to be called a grandmother. I deeply appreciate that. And I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. And I hope that you take the time to make sure to honor all of the feminine energy in your life in the same fashion. Excellent. So I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done, Minnie. We got the hind. We'll do it again after the next reading. And Savage, I believe you put your question up earlier. I'm going to see if it's still available. If not, I might need you to rewrite it for me. I'm looking for it. And just a reminder to anybody else who would like to get on the list today, we only have 2 more spots available. If you would like to have one of those spots before the list will be closed today. I don't know what kind of reading. Well, I'll tell you some of the readings that we have available here so you can choose. We do life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, aura, and symbol or signal decoding. Mm-hmm. Oh, I see it there. Thank you. I got it. Okay, looks like we're doing an energy read. All right, I pinned up Savage here. Can I please get 4 cards for Savage, highest priority? So I see somebody who's really deep in their healing journey. And I also see someone that's working through a lot of anxiety as it relates to forming connections. And I feel like I'm seeing somebody who has a lot of anxiety forming connections, specifically and particularly because it feels like they have some kind of history of energy just completely um, violating their boundaries. Like I just keep on seeing here gross boundary violations. And and the thing about it is I don't feel, right? I don't feel that any of those boundary violations, like, I don't know if you're in connection with them, or if there's something about them that in some way, shape, or form you're energetically associated with. But the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to it is um, I see somebody who is treading very carefully, is the best way I can describe it. And I think that it's interesting because I see somebody that's having some conversation that's giving them the energetic courage to effectively try again. But I need to stress that, like, the one thing that you have to be very conscientious of in any kind of situation like this is making sure that you're not forcing things, right? Like the word, like I just keep on getting this. And I think that this is really important because I don't know what the relationship was that this individual was in previously, but I just keep on getting, like, I feel like this is somebody who has had to navigate energy. I don't even know why. It might have something to do with, like, it's just like there's this heavy feeling of this energy bringing out unnatural possessiveness in others, right? Like literally someone being like, I am, like literally someone being in a relationship with someone who states for the record that they're the most unpossessive person on the planet. And the next thing you know, that person has now become the most possessive person they've ever met. And I think that it's really interesting because I literally see somebody, like, I don't know why, I literally see somebody that almost works fastidiously in keeping relationships casual for that reason, right? Like I see somebody who almost like fastidiously works on keeping relationships casual for that reason. Because I almost see somebody who's like saying to someone like casual, 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 what are you doing here? Right? Like having to go through some like experience by which I keep on getting, like, they have to go through profound reversals, right? In terms of often, right? And I think it's interesting too, because I almost see somebody who often, like, not only having to go through some really awful reversals, but often another person accusing them of what someone's actively doing to them, right? Like almost somebody trying, like someone trying to insist that energy is obsessed with them when they themselves are the obsessed one, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like, meanwhile, one person is doing everything they can to give someone a wide berth, right? And another individual is just showing up out of the blue and saying to them, like, why are you obsessed with me? And being like, I'm doing everything I can to avoid you at all costs, right? But it's interesting because I almost see a situation by which they're effectively some way, shape, or form by which they have to kind of navigate the fact that they, in some kind of ex relationship, navigate the same circles, right? So I see some kind of situation by which another person like has no other choice than to navigate the same circles as somebody that they're literally trying to like give a respectful amount of distance to. But like I keep on hearing someone say, how do you give a respectful How do you give a respectful amount of distance on someone that keeps on putting themselves before another person, right? Like it's like somebody being like, "What are the odds?" and being like, "What are you doing here?" and being like, "Oh," right? It's like it's a lot of that type of energy. Um, so I want you to be conscientious about it, because I almost see somebody trying to navigate some like mind bending circumstances as it relates to someone energetically not taking their no as an answer, right? And the hard part is when another person, right, when another person is trying to have their no taken, like often in the space by which another person isn't respecting our no, we have to get ruder and ruder, right? So I almost see somebody who's constantly dealing with energy where they try to be respectful in terms of articulating that they're no longer energetically comfortable with someone or something. And it's funny that I was trying to say something and the word said someone. And meanwhile, someone's like, I just want to check. And somebody being like, I like you perpetually checking is what's making uncomfortability, right? Somebody who's like, but I just want to see how you are, but I care about you. And someone being like, I'm not asking for that state of care. I'm not requesting it. Right. And then another person that almost is saying to them, like, why won't you let me, like, why won't you, like, I'm just trying to express, and being another person being like, I know what you're trying to express, but that's exactly why it's making you uncomfortable, like making them uncomfortable, because it's somebody who's trying to constantly say that they want to care for someone, and another person saying, I'm aware that you want to care for me. I'm not inclined to receive your care because your care is really obsession in disguise. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, the lovers and its reversal. So I see somebody who's got a lot of guard. Like I see somebody who's got their guard up to a certain extent. And I feel like a lot of that, I feel like a lot of that has to, like, I don't, again, like I said, I don't know if any of this is related to you specifically, but I don't know why I keep on hearing the word degrees of separation, which says to me, I don't know if you and them share friends in some way. I don't know if there's some kind of connection point between you and someone that they themselves used to be in a relationship with. But I feel like that's where some of, like, I just keep on getting some kind of sense that that's where like some of this anxiety springs from. Um, because I feel like I just keep on hearing this person used to be in a relationship with a storyteller, right? And the problem with a storyteller is often telling false stories about others. Do you ever notice you can usually tell a storyteller because a storyteller is always the hero in their stories, right? You want to find a storyteller real quick. Look for someone, look for someone who's always the hapless victim in every story they tell, right? There they were minding their own business, right? And you can usually tell, you can usually identify it real quick because it's somebody who, like, the story doesn't make any sense. And it's always built upon the fact that another person tries to say, I don't know why they were doing that, instead of giving all. And when you try to get clarity on the story, right, they effectively shrug or change the subject, right? So I literally see a situation, right? That like and here's the thing about it, right? The quiet one always knows what's actually going on, right? The quiet one, the one who like moves away from a situation and is just like not feeling inclined to talk about it, right? Is often the space by which you know the truth is. So I literally see somebody who's like literally trying to heal from some kind of storyteller where it wasn't like not enough to just effectively end something respectfully, but is trying to effectively salt the earth, right? Somebody's trying to effectively salt the earth of another person's existence by constantly articulating upon things that did not occur. And I wouldn't even be surprised if this was a situation or circumstance by which the relationship ended because the individual was trying to force them to admit to something that never happened, right? Like somebody, often this happens with storytellers. Like they try to create a story and say, just admit to the fake story I've created about you, because that's like how far another person's delusions go. And so I literally see a situation of someone who's potentially working through that. Um, you know, if that's a situation, if that's a situation here, I would say that like the best thing you can do is be forthright in terms of admitting what you have and have not heard, right? Like when I say honesty is the best policy, like the space or the nature by which you can articulate to another person that you understand the nature of energetic connection, and you also understand, right, the valuation point. Like you can even say like, typically the one who's typically the one who's like trying to run ahead of people and say like look out for that one is really saying that one's mine, right? Isn't that the way it works, right? Look out for that one is really that one's mine, right? That is how possessive I see an energy being. Look out for that one is really that one's mine in disguise, because it's somebody who's trying to effectively salt the earth around someone so they have no other direction to move back towards them but that individual, failing to recognize that they're never going to get together again due to situations of that nature, right? Like we don't I keep on hearing we don't walk into relationships to say you have no choice now. Like that's insane. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 2 spots available before the list it'll be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Banks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just reading over. Thank you for the help, guys. Oh, I feel like you just called me. I'm sending you support, chasing. You've been there too. Okay, that's good to know. I mean, but that's the thing. Like the fact that you can understand and relate, like you articulating the fact that you can relate to circumstances that are similar, I feel like is going to help somebody heal. Thank you for receiving this message as well, E. Yeah, and hurt and cried more than I'd like to. Thank you guys for supporting each other in these comments. And thank you for the follow, E. Thank you for confirming, Nicole. I feel like her previous relationship was bad, is what I keep on seeing, right? It feels bad because it's not just, it says to me, it's not just the type of relationship that ends, but somebody who was like, I don't understand how people can be in a relationship and want to hurt somebody that badly afterwards, but it feels very much like something similar to that. Sending you support as well, Curly. You just heard thunder. Sending you support as well, Bridget. Thank you. I think I've got a good idea of how I should move forward. I hope these messages help, Savage. Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. I do love storms too, Nicole. You're so welcome, dear. Thank you. Oh, I didn't want that to happen. I see. Again, I hope it's something that helps. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Nicole, and thank you for letting me know where you posted your question. Just a reminder to anybody who has become a super fan today or a paid member, you can message me directly with a disco gif, and I'll send you an invite to our subscriber only disco channel. There you can post your questions or join or say hello to the collective, and you'll also find a coupon code for our next tarot class subscription program, which will be on July 17th. We'll be studying the 2 cards in the tarot. Yeshua never asked us to repent. Amen. Yeshua asked us to live a life embodied by kindness and love for our neighbor. So please make sure that you're not trying to utilize Yeshua's name to put fear in others, because that's not what Yeshua was asking us to do. How are you doing, Dustin? Good to see you. Welcome, amputee. Hi there, Jasmine. Sending you so much support on your journey of healing. How you doing today, Imogen? Please, Sean, make sure that you're not posting non sequiturs in the chat space. We want to make sure everybody can understand what we're speaking about. Perfect. I've heard stories though, when lightning has struck, people get spiritual. I mean, there are, it's interesting. I mean, it can affect your energy, right? Excellent. All right. I'm going to take a moment to read over Nicole's question. Nicole, is this inside tea or outside tea? Partially outside. I got you. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, I'll see. So in terms of the videos, I'll see if I can fix that when I get off, dear. Thank you for letting me know. Yes, thank you for getting on the list. We've got one more spot available today before the list is closed. And before we continue with this reading, we're going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bear. We'll do that again after the next reading. I'm also going to pin up Nicole here. Guys, make sure to give Nicole some love. One more moment. Okay. Okay. Just bear with me a moment. Okay, perfect. 4 cards, please. Highest priority, please, for Nicole. And another. And one more. Mm-hmm. The thing I'm identifying right now is the fact that this is a recoverable moment, but it feels like the worst moment is what I keep on seeing. And it's interesting too, because you remember what I said in terms of something energetically backfiring on another, like everything that they were energetically expecting to do to you, they themselves are currently experiencing. It's interesting because it really does. Like it's interesting because what I'm hearing your guide say is like someone was expecting to bring you into a state of desperation by making you run out of your by making you run out of your coffers. And again, your guide always brings up old words, but instead now they're coughing, is what I keep on getting. Now they're coughing. Which is it says to me like, and the thing about it is, you know, it's like I keep on getting, the guides perceive it as a sad state of affairs, right? But there's something about the sadness there that's articulating to me that this is going to be a recoverable moment for you. Which is something I see, like, which is something I see you doing slowly but surely. Not so much for them. Not so much for them. And so I keep on getting like, there's something about this energy that feels like a last gasp, right? There's something about this energy that feels like a last gasp, because the observation of another, right? The observation of another that seems committed to try to put you into some point of struggle. Like the thing about it is, and I think it's interesting that you articulated the fact that you have family around you, because I see another person's, like, I see another person that's lost connection. I keep wondering, that's lost any remaining connection to family in the wake of this choice. And the thing about it is, it doesn't, it feels like, it almost feels to me like there's some kind of, if there's any family that remains related to this person, they feel like they see them clearly now. And the word I keep on seeing is deplorable. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because everything I'm identifying right now is, and like, I want to stress this, like, it literally seems like, right? It literally seems like someone who keeps on doing things that they can't be blamed for, with the full expectation that you will then attack them, and they can have the luxury of trying to say that you are being crazy. So I want you to be conscientious about that, right? Because I feel like the one thing I feel like I see you doing, like, don't give them the luxury of knowing that you're struggling with anything right now. But also, when you go to get this checked, I don't know why I keep on hearing the guide say, when you go to get this checked, make sure you take pictures. I don't know why they're saying, I don't know why the guide's saying, when you go to get this checked, make sure you take pictures. And make sure you ask someone how something like that could happen. Mm-hmm. But I feel like the one thing I'm seeing particularly, around a lot of this is, and it's interesting too, because as soon as I started reading, I was like feeling like I was having a hard time breathing. It's saying to me, last gasp energy, right? Last gasp, and the timing is very interesting, right? Particularly and especially if there's something related to them not being available to help right now, is what I keep on getting. Um, Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah. It's saying to me that this is the ground, right? Which, and the thing about it is, like, when things feel like they're the ground, it can often feel like this is like something is really hard. But it's that, especially if something is getting resolved or it's moved into resolution, remember, this is where you start, right? Like they're saying, the low floor is where you start to build a stronger foundation. So make sure that you're seeing it that way, right? They're saying the floor you're starting a foundation upon, not a moment of desperation. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nicole. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got one more spot available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Ivana. Ivana, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm just reading over the comments that came through as I was reading. His intentions are not good. I know mine are in alignment. I sure hope so. Yeah, it was always blamed on me prior to. My Taurus placements won't allow it. Virgo moon keeps me headstrong and tames the Leo sun for sure. But that's what I keep on saying. Like you're like don't let them don't let them incite you, because I keep on hearing like them trying to incite you is them recognizing that they don't have a leg to stand on. Yeah, absolutely. You're so welcome, dear. Hi there. How you doing today, Imogen? Yep. You can also, I mean, I've got room on the list for one more public reading today if you want to get on, or you can book a private. So, absolutely. They're all available. You just need to head over to the place that my binks in my the tree with binks in it in my Lio. Thank you for the compliment, Imogen. How are you doing today, Lila? Same message. These are donation-based readings. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for those who are non-paid members. Continuation from earlier read. Happy to read the list right now. The list we have right now is Ivana, Curly, Stella, Bridget, and Yasmin. Okay. Pulling up Ivana. All right, we've got Ivana here. Okay, this is a continuation of the reading we did earlier with the dream interpretation included within it. So you guys know what we do before we get started. Let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. How you doing today? Good. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the owl. We'll do that again after the next reading. Grim, these are donation-based readings, so I've got room on the list for one more person today. It's 3 cards for 29, but I don't do medical readings. So if there's something that you're looking for from a medical perspective, I would encourage you to seek medical support on it. If you want a spiritual reading, I'm always available for that. You said owl all day. Okay, good. So we know that this is your reading. All right, I'm going to pin up Ivana here. And before we get started, when we're doing a dream, we always do the dream coconut. Ooh. I dreamed about a dog chasing 2 mice, and I ran after him to see where they were coming from. My husband was trying to find where the holes were, and it was the door that you go out to the backyard. He said he had to leave, and I was feeling so anxious because this had to be done immediately because more mice would come in. So I started going into a closet and found things that I could try to block the holes with. But I was still nervous because I do not know anything about construction or tools or where even to start. But I had to start somewhere so more mice didn't go inside our home. Then outside of my yard was a coworker that I have had problems with. And there were 2 other ladies who I don't remember who were there. They were, and they were trying to help me cover the holes. Then it jumped to me being in an ex's birthday party. I was invited, and her wife, that was not her wife in the dream, would sit on his lap, and he would kind of like play it off like she was just passing by. And I was just like, oh my God, how disrespectful, because in that dream, he was married to someone else. That girl was flirting with him and just smirked at me. And I smiled back. And I was just being very neutral. And I would ask myself, what am I doing here? And then I woke up. I do want to add that one of the 2 dogs, that of my 2 dogs, one of them has always given me the impression he can see spirits more than my other dog. This was the dog that was chasing the mice. And ever since I received your guidance of my celestial guide, I sometimes see through my dog's eyes, my guide's eyes. I'm just barely connecting this. Don't even know if it has anything to do with what happened today. 4 cards. Mm-hmm. Where's your book? Are you kidding me? Oh, there it is. So I just need to point out some stuff here that I think is really important. This is the same card that was in the last reading in the same exact position. So we got that Page of Cups in its reversal. So that's really important. I think we should hold on to that because I feel like your guide is trying to build a connection with you to that card. It's their high. It's their high. Okay, so we'll keep that in mind. So what else are we seeing in relationality to this dream? So the dream itself is working through um is working through energetic hygiene to a certain extent. And we see that in relationality to the fact that you saw that your dog was chasing 2 mice. Now, with the connection point to the fact that you feel that there is a connection to that animal guardian and your guide, then we see from the perspective, and I'm glad that you shared that information because it is very relevant for the purposes of interpreting this dream. The relevance is the guide helping to do the work to energetically protect you. So, what do we see that's potentially happening? A good guide is not directive, right? A good guide doesn't tell us what to do. A good guide gives us what we need to energetically get there. So, what do we see that that good guide is doing in the dream space? They're showing you, right? They're revealing to you energy leakages, right? They're effectively showing you energy leakages as it relates to not only, right, not only the energy that's appearing, but where those leaks are effectively occurring. And in the space by which you noticed that your counterpart had to leave, right? And you said you were feeling anxious because this had to be done immediately because more mice would come in, right? We have to draw the association to what was occurring at the same time that you were having this dream, right? Which is the modality by which you identified, right? What did you identify at the same time that this was happening? You noticed an energetic shift, right? You noticed an energetic shift that was occurring at the same time that your own counterpart had to go, right? So we're seeing the same experience happening in the dream space that you are experiencing in the tangibility space, which is the identification point of the guide answering your question, what are you doing here? And the guide is effectively are answering you via V, right? Via V, your own energetic link with them, by saying, I'm here to clear the energy, right? I'm here to clear. So that is why you saw that that was the individual, that the energy that was being represented as the dog moving the two mice, because the ability to effectively identify, having awareness in terms of helping to energetically clear, is helping you recognize what needs to be addressed. And you said you were nervous because you don't know how to do anything about construction, the tools, or where to start, but you had to start somewhere. So more mice didn't go inside our home. And that is you potentially getting better at your own energy work, right? I wouldn't be surprised right now if you feel like you're in the process of navigating your own energetic work by feeling clumsy or feeling like you don't necessarily know what you're doing to a certain extent. But then you saw outside of your home. And now now it's going to get interesting. Okay? You ready for this? You ready for this? You said that the dog, right? The guide drove two undesirable energies from your home, right? The guide drove two undesirable energies from your home. And what did you see when you were outside of your home? You saw a coworker that you have problems with, and two other ladies who you don't remember who were there and were trying to help you cover the holes, right? But then it jumped. Now, so it's the understanding, right? So what did the guide do? The guide helped you by saying, I'm going to send, right? The guide was showing you, saying, I'm going to send the unhelpful energy, right? I'm going to send the unhelpful energy out of the house. And what did you find when you stepped outside of the house? The mice had turned into people, one of which you already identify as someone that you recognize is energetically draining you, and also having to navigate those energies that claim to want to help you, but wondering why would there be strange women outside of the house asking to help you fill a hole? What are they doing there? How do they know it's there? Right? So paying attention to what the guides articulate and then identifying what you see to be able to navigate and say, I showed you, right? The guide saying, I'm showing you where that energy is, right? So the conscientious space of being conscientious of someone who wants to help you, but questioning the reasons why, right? Somebody who potentially wants to help you, not because they genuinely want to help you, but because they want to know where the vulnerabilities are, right? Because if they help you patch a hole, well, now they know where to go to find a hole. Now they know if they help you, well, then now they know where the point of entry is, right? So being energetically conscientious of that. And this brings us to, you said it then jumped to being in an ex's birthday, and you identified that there you were there, but their wife was not there. And in the dream, right, someone who was not their counterpart was sitting on their lap, and they were kind of trying to play it off like they were just passing by, and like you were the one that was completely shocked because that felt uncomfortable given what you knew where they were in relationship. And you said that the girl that was flirting with them just smirked at you, and you smiled back because you were just being very neutral, and you asked yourself, what am I doing here? And then you woke up. Specifically, one of the things that we see in that second part of the dream is being able to, the guide showing you the two reasons that their presence is there, right? So the guide showing you the two reasons that they're there to help you. The first is helping you make you aware of those who may articulate the fact that they care about you, but they don't necessarily have your best interest at heart, right? So allowing you to be energetically aware of another's intentions is the first reason the guide appeared. And the second is the space by which it's helping you to identify and heal from karmic wounds, because anything we experience in the dream space is something that we ourselves have navigated. So, potentially helping you heal from relationships by which another person was doing something completely inappropriate and tried to make you feel like you were crazy because they were trying to identify that it was fine when it wasn't. So, they're helping you in both ways calibrate your own energy by trying to articulate that there's nothing wrong, right? There's nothing wrong with your assessment beyond the fact, right? Beyond the fact of not allowing others to take advantage of your kindness. You then said that you identified, and again, in the bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, I would definitely, there is something very important in the context of you being able to draw an energetic connection to that guardian energy, right? Because the ability by which they're effectively, the ability by which you already felt that, I like to point out, healthy intuition leads us to miracles. So the fact that you are already feeling like that, and then you saw them in the dream space, right? It's the observation, like the observation of something that we're seeing, by which one of your guides may have a hard time energetically taking more of a hands-on approach because their energy is so intense, right? So often in the space by which navigating the energetic, when we have energy that is too intense to be in a certain dimension, one can't necessarily stay all that long, because you might have even felt the energy, like even in the space by which you felt like that guide was in proximity to you, right? Like it's the identification point of them kind of articulating the situation by which I wouldn't be surprised if the guide was like, I can't stay long. I can't stay long. It's very intense. It's very intense, right? So I feel like the guide being like, I can't stay here long, but almost wanting to effectively energetically familiarize yourself with their energy so that you can recognize their signature, right? So even in the space by which that was effectively occurring, like what we effectively see as the guide, right? The guy, I bet you were, it was answering the question in terms of you feeling that and you going, what are you doing here? And then them giving you this vision that help you understand the reason that they're energetically working with you, but also articulating and saying, I can't stay too long because this is how it feels when I'm here. Like this is how it feels when I'm here. But now you know what I energetically feel like, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, let me write that down. They have a terminology for it that I haven't heard before, but I'll send it to you privately, because I feel like it's going to help you in terms of it. Just send me a message and I'll reply back with the terminology they utilized. I want to thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here, to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 48.4K likes on the clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right. I am not an astrologer, KVK. I'm a tarot reader. How you doing today? How you doing today, Dodd? Alex, I need to point out you could be anywhere today, but yet you choose to be here decrying this. What is so important about this that you feel like you need to decry it to those who might be accepting it? Okay. How you doing today, Anna? Welcome. Oh, hi from welcome from Athens, Chris. All right. Teresa, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. I've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. Okay. Oh, please, no, I would not encourage you to do that in any way, shape, form, or fashion, Yoda. But thank you. All right. Excellent. Just reading over. Mm-hmm. Oh, did it? That's wild, Bridget. Oh, that's so interesting, Ivana, about where the guardian animals are. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm feeling like that. I do my best, Ivana. I'm so glad these messages help. I do my best to explain, Christiana. You're so welcome, Ivana. And thank you, Enya, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. To have a reading, all you need to do is send the donation via my tree that is Binks in it in my Lio. We've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for $29 for those who are not subscribers. The next person we're reading for today is Curly. Curly, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Got you, dear. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Happy to read the list. We've got Curly, Stella, Bridget, and Yasmin. And one more spot available if anybody else would like a reading today. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the adder. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Curly here. Oh, thank you guys for helping us get to 50K. We'll do that giveaway once we finish this reading. I'm going to pin up Curly here, guys. Make sure to give Curly some love. 4 cards. 3 cards. Whoa. I mean, we need to talk about it. It's complicated. Um, I mean, is this person having an awakening? Like, short answer, yeah. I need to, I mean, oh my goodness. I feel like I hear a guide that's articulating there is a moment, um, there's something really important that's related to the identification point of recognizing when it's time to put away childish things. And I feel like I've got a guide that's around someone that's trying to articulate that they are very close to blowing it. Some relationships only come around once in a lifetime. Some relationships only come around once in a lifetime. And the observation, the thing that's wild about this is you were their manifestation goal. Everything that they've been asking the universe for this whole time, you were the manifestation goal on legs. You were everything they claimed that they desired. But the question that here's the problem with the manifestation goal, right? What does the guide say when it comes to a manifestation goal? Are you ready? Are you really ready for what you claim you desire? Are you ready? Because it's real easy. It's real easy to say that you want something reciprocal, but are you ready to be vulnerable enough to be in a relationship with a true counterpart that wants to give you everything you want to have, so long as it's met with reciprocity? All they had to do was let go of control. All they had to do, all they had to do, all they had to do was let go of those control issues. They could have had everything they wanted, everything they wanted. And I feel like what's so confounding about it is, like, I just keep on hearing someone say they blew it twice, right? Because I can see it here. The first time, right? The first time you were giving them the benefit of the doubt. The first time you were giving them the benefit of the doubt, everybody makes they clearly were mistaking you for someone else, right? First, right? First, first mistake, clearly confusing you for someone else. Clearly confusing you for not taking you at face value in relationality to what you are articulating, right? Always gotta give someone the benefit of the doubt. And the guides are saying you should not be beating yourself up about it, right? Because it says to me that that first mistake was you saying to someone, you clearly were mistaking me for someone else, which is why the second time, absolutely reprehensible. The second part, the second time has to do entirely with the fact that they don't they want, and here's the worst part about it, they don't want to tell you something that you know is occurring, because they know if they tell you, they would have to that you would have to be able to have it too, right? That's 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 what it is, right? Right, that this has everything to do, it's not about whether they can say all, they can talk a big talk in relationality to what they claim they want, but the difference between talking about what one wants and being able to embody it is being able to embody the vulnerability it takes to have it. And so I just keep on seeing someone where a guide is articulating upon the fact that they're very, if they haven't already blown it already, they're very close to energetically blowing it. Because I just keep on seeing someone who's like deeply wrestling with those control issues. And the worst part about it is, like, I literally see somebody who's recognizing that you are the, like, you're the best person they've ever been with, and they're incredibly intimidated by it, right? I see somebody quaking in their boots. I see someone absolutely intimidated because they recognize that through you, everything that they ever desired in a relationship, like, you are literally the sound of their dreams coming true. Why are, and here they are regressing, right? Here they are regressing instead of stepping into what they've always articulated that they said that they've wanted the entire time. I want to give you some bottom of the deck on this. Yeah. I need to point this out, especially if we've had bad traumas from childhood and things, then there's this misconception that healthy relationship is where everything ends. An unhealthy relate, and here's the worst part about it, right? This person needs to be very conscientious about who their friends are, because I can see it already. They're the life of the party. The life of the party never gets good advice when it comes to relationship, right? The life of the party is always dissuaded from entering into partnership, failing to recognize that that's because others are greedy for their energy. right? The difference between someone saying that person would be good for you, I'll never see you again, and that's a blessing, versus someone that says, oh, you should be aware. I keep hearing somebody who says like they've got a bunch of wolves around them in the form of saying you should be aware, right? What do the wolves say around them that don't want them to leave the party? You should be aware. You should be aware. You should be aware. You should be aware, right? So I literally see some energy around them that doesn't want them to enter partnership, that's always doing some kind of deep digging on their relationships to try to energetically ruin something or to put some kind of anxiety in another or to make them feel that they're unhappy in partnership because they're trying to encourage them to stay out of relationship because they are the life of the party. And when this person realizes it, right, when this person realizes it, it's either going to destroy them or it's going to rebuild them. It's going to destroy them or it's going to rebuild them. But I see it even now, right? Like I feel like I see somebody, like I don't know why I see this. I see somebody in some kind of like den of vipers in relationality to energy that says, I've got your best interest at heart. They don't whose best interest, right? If another person loves seeing us, if another person loves when we're always up to be available, right? That is not the person that we should be getting our advice from, because that advice is spiked, right? They keep on receiving, they're receiving spiked advice from admirers. They're receiving spiked advice from admirers that would prefer to see them, that would prefer to see them in solitude because they recognize that it means that they have more of their energy. Until they realize this is going to be the energetic blockage point in terms of them coming into union. That's not for you to control. That's for them to recognize. I'm not saying that to make I'm not saying this to take responsibility off of them. I'm saying that to make you aware of the full context of the situation I'm seeing there. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Curly. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow. You'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you for receiving these messages, Arcana. The list is closed today, Ophi, but I will be offering free one-card readings for those who are super fam if you'd like to become a subscriber. James, thank you for the follow. I feel like they're awakening to the realization that that might be occurring, right? I see somebody slowly awakening to the dawning realization that the energy around them may be feeding them bad advice. He blew it. Second round. Thank you for confirming, Curly. One spot left. No, yeah, it's closed right now, but thank you. Anyone else who gets on the list today will have first priority tomorrow, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. His actions never met his words. Intimidated is accurate. You're so welcome, dear. I hope that helps. Hi there, Irene. The list is closed right now, but if you would like to get on for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll have priority, which means you'll be read for before the collective. We're also going to be starting one cards for those waiting for one cards. We've got 4 more readings before we get started. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you, MMA, for letting all of us know that. You are not a drop in the ocean. You're the entire ocean in a drop. Tap to claim. Excellent. Hi, how you doing today, Jitender? I love that. We are all in one relationship. Exactly. Excellent. How you doing today, Sneaky? I appreciate your honesty, Jack. Sorry, somebody over on the place where we keep the video said, I'm not gonna lie, when I first opened the stream, I thought you were wearing a prisoner outfit. I mean, the color, I get it. Oh, we got to 50K. We have to do the 50K giveaway too. Infinite dramas do not lead to fulfillment. Tap to claim. Bingo. All right. Before we continue right now, I am going to give away that 50K reading. Thank you guys so much on the clock app for helping us get to that. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 35. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Ivana, congratulations. You got it. Thank you so much. We'll do it again when we get to 100K. And that reading will be available to you starting tomorrow. Stella, you're the next person on the list. Could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And for anyone waiting for a one-card reading today, we will be starting those one-card readings in about 40 minutes. And if anybody wants to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for, and you'll also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. Thank you for confirming. Before we get started on Stella's read, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the water dragon. We'll do that again after the next reading. Yes, Miss Blue, the list is closed, but we will be starting one-card readings for those who are paid members in about 40 minutes. And if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have priority, which means you'll be read for before the daily collective begins, if you get on the list today. All right, I just need to take a minute to read over Stella's question. All right, there's some sensitive information in this reading, so I need to take a moment to read over it. But before we continue, I will give you guys a hearth warmer, something to navigate as I read. How are you being more extravagant to yourself as it relates to loving the self? Mm-hmm. Thank you for the information. Before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Where's Nikki? Every time. I picked the water dragon, but I feel like we needed to have a second card in terms of this for the reading itself. And before we continue, can I please get, yep, thank you. So the reason I needed to draw the second Animal Oracle card is because somebody noticed an abrupt shift in relationality to their emotions before or after experiencing a trauma. And the thing we have to understand, that I feel like I'm being shown through a guide, is working through the emotional volatility of tumultuous experiences that often feel, and this is what often, and like it's interesting too, because this whole reading is coming through the angelic that was energetically protecting you. One of the reasons that trauma is so difficult is that it often extends our emotional capacity for feeling. The hard part about it is there are what we identify as awakening processes that are energetically positive or supportive, which is the observation of being able to feel into one's own energy in a way that one was never able to feel before. But the hard part about trauma is that trauma does not create awakenings so much as it carves grooves or void spaces within us, right? It takes something out of us. And it often feels like the context by which it takes something out of us, by which we identify the feeling that we feel like we can never get it back again, right? And this is often articulated or identified as to the journey of what we identify the trauma of the pain of trauma is often indicative in the space by which we lose our energetic innocence, which is the space by which we effectively have to navigate the world with a sense of wariness that never effectively goes away again. This is what we often identify as a Chiron wound. Because a Chiron, if you study the story of Chiron, then you find the story of someone who experienced a devastating wound and they never effectively healed from it. But in the context by which they learned to live with it, they were able to energetically educate others as they proceeded forward on their journey. So we see that what potentially happened is, in the context of that first relationship, the feeling that you potentially found there was the process of energetic awakening, right? The space or the place by which you experienced something that you'd never felt before. And we haven't even breached what may have occurred in that relationship that caused it to reach a closure point, because this particularly, right? What did this effectively do? It created an interrupter, right? It created a blockage point. This was a relationship, right? This was a moment by which you were deeply, deeply violated and traumatized. And in the context by which you effectively have been navigating it, its impact, right, has effectively hurt twice, because not only did it hurt you at the moment that you were experiencing it, but everything else you've navigated since that has felt to a certain extent that it paled in comparison to the loss of that moment, specifically and particularly because of all of, and this is the thing about it, you know, of the fact, right? Especially given the fact that it wasn't just the fact that there was something there that hurt you, but the understanding or the quality and condition of what you found on the other side of it, which is not only did someone do something that was energetically violating to you, but the only reason you proceeded forward in that was because they gave you the false impression that something else was going to happen on the other side of it. So that experience, right, having been scarred twice in that moment, is potentially why we see that it's potentially taken so long for you to energetically heal from it, because you haven't navigated any experience since with the same vulnerability that you brought to that moment. And that's being characterized by the wariness, right? The awareness of that potentially happening again, right? So it's the work that you're doing to heal the intimacy, but also, right? The space by which it's because it's like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy by which you can't allow yourself to be that vulnerable again. And because of the feeling that you can't be vulnerable, right? The intimacy wound keeps on keeps on interfering with the ability to energetically connect. Now, the one thing you have to remember, and I think that this is really important in terms of you being able to build into a divine connection, right? Healthy relationship doesn't throw, it grows. Okay? Bottom of the deck. Healthy relationship does not throw, it grows, which means it's not going to feel like a momentary heat of passion so much as you have to give yourself time to be able to energetically connect with someone, right? And it's not going to happen overnight. It's potentially going to be the work that takes weeks and months, because you have to understand that even in the context by which you're rebuilding that connection, you're also experiencing the unconscious intimacy wound. That is basically, it's the space by which you said, right? You feel that dysregulation as you're approaching someone that you know is energetically good for you, because you feel that thing internally that's saying, beware, 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 right? Specifically because you're still navigating the wound of someone who profoundly lied to you, right? So what you have to understand is every time you move through something and you understand that there can be something pleasant on the other side of vulnerability, what you're really doing is you're rebuilding from that moment, right? Every time you allow someone the benefit of the doubt and they show you that they are in their authenticity, then it's going to allow you to be able to effectively heal. But the important thing you have to remember is you might be feeling, right? You may start feeling a little bit of ickiness as you're navigating that, because you have to understand you hitting that ick is you re experiencing, right? It's you re experiencing the intimacy wound that another created to you as it relates to becoming vulnerable to another. So, that observation of kind of working through that, but observing it as it occurs, is how you're able to rebuild those connections, right? It says to me, and I feel like it's interesting because it's a message that comes through it's coming through the divine counterpart, right? The divine counterpart is going to be there with you every step of the way, saying the only way out is through, which is understanding that point that you feel that you pull away, right, has more to do with you navigating the wound that another created in you in relationality to the fact that you've been experiencing revulsion from them ever since, right? That is the embodiment of their revulsion that you're still working through to a certain extent. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And I need to point out, if you, and I wanted to kind of direct you right now, Stella, over to the place where we keep the videos, because once again, as I started reading for you, there was a very clear and present shift as it relates to the energy that appeared there. And I want you to go see, I want you to go over to the place where you keep the videos, because you'll see through one of the individuals there, like the energy that was channeled as it relates to the wound itself, that was embodying in the form of an individual, like literally, like as it was reading, trying to hurl insults at me based upon the reading. So it'll give you a perfect embodiment of all of that negative energy that potentially comes up that you have to work through in the span of effectively trying to build a connection with another. I hope that helps. I'm not gonna remove them so that you can take an opportunity to go there and see the full shape of the Chiron wound embodied in what they were articulating. You're so welcome, dear, and sending you so much support on that journey. All right. And thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. And for those who are waiting for one card readings, either those who are paid members on the place where we keep the videos, or for those who are super fam on the clock app, we've got 3 more readings today before we get started. Joss, thank you so much for the follow. Absolutely. Thank you for the follow as well, Frank. How you doing today, Heather? Welcome from Singapore. Thank you for sharing the live, Doss. And Nikki heard the word frog and woke up and then went back to sleep. Hi there, Tail. How are you doing today? Welcome. Absolutely. Yeah, the space has been providing me so many experiences. I'm so glad to hear that, Ella. The next person we're reading for right now is, and it's okay, Krissa, because again, one of the things I noticed in relationality to that individual, it's the only reason I haven't blocked them, is because they basically, like, it's basically the unhealed wound that was being summoned in the form of the individual. So I hope that helps. Absolutely. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right. Yeah, absolutely. And I need to point out this is sometimes something that happens, that when I start reading, the energy that's oppositional to what I'm trying to read for will actually kind of arrive in the form of an individual that doesn't realize through their unhealthy egoic projection what they're actually doing is they're embodying, right? They're embodying the nature or the shape of the wound. It often happens when somebody's too deep in their ego, right? When we're too deep in our ego, right, we're very susceptible to, like, again, like all that irrational anger coming up, right? Not recognizing that it's not ours. I hope you find the healing you seek, Benny. I got you, Bridget. All right, let's get to it. Under general, you said? Bear with me a second. I got you. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Oh, thank you so much, Spark. I appreciate you. Thank you for those gifts. And for those waiting again for one cards who are paid members over on the place where you keep the videos or super fams, we've got 3 more readings. So about 30 minutes. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. We'll do that again after the next reading. I like that. Nice choice, Dada. Excellent. Is this inside tea or outside tea, Bridget? And guys, I pinned up Bridget. Make sure to give Bridget some love. Outside's fine. Can we read on my most recent ex's current feelings towards me, please? I keep feeling them in my energy and my dream space, and it's pissing me off. 2 cards for Bridget. Can I get 2 more, please? And 1 more. Yeah, I mean, it's pinball. It's like it's ping pong energy. Like, I can see why it would make you so upset. You know? Like it feels like I keep on getting somebody being like, ladies, ladies. Like it's like I see somebody, right? I see somebody who feels like it's energetically cute, right? Somebody who feels like it's energetically cute to be fought for, right? It's baby energy, right? They want to be baby. They don't want to admit the fact that they want to be baby. And what does baby say? Everybody, oh no, there's enough of me to go around, right? Like they don't, like, never do you see someone more in their baby than someone literally trying to orchestrate scenarios where they have this like fantasy that energy is going to be pulling on them, right? Like they're going to be pulling on them like they're an energetic rag doll. Like I literally see somebody that fantasizes about the day where like this, I'm getting like this, you know? Like it's baby energy, right? Because the thing is mature energy does not play mature energy does not play tug of war with a person, right? It's literally child energy. There's only one energy on this earth that plays tug of war with energy, right? Which is it's like somebody who like it's like literally somebody who has some kind of energetic fantasy of like being like a toy between two people being pulled apart is what I keep on seeing. You know? Like that's what I literally like that's all I just keep on seeing here. And the worst part about it is with energy like this, they're never effectively with someone, right? It's like they're never effectively with someone because they're always orchestrating, right? They're always orchestrating the tug of war, right? It's like in everything. They're like every moment they're trying to orchestrate the tug of war, which says who like to like again, like a relationship should not be a relationship is not um a relationship is not a cage match. It's not two people enter, one person leaves, as it relates to who wants another person badly enough. Because I need to point out that usually leads you to be in a relationship with someone absolutely psychotic, right? Like there's you want to know what you win? Do you want to know what you want to know the wonderful gift? You want to know the wonderful gift that you win when you effectively look for relationships that are conditional upon being in a tug of war on your energy? You're welcoming the most psychotic energy to be your counterpart, right? You're literally creating the circumstances. It has nothing to do with love. It has to do with psychosis. Because when another person loves themselves and another person says, I know how we'll settle this, I know how we'll settle this. Let's do tug of war, right? Any self respecting person goes, and this is where I leave you. Like, you guys have fun with that. You twisted, like, this is twisted. You're twisted. I leave you to your twist. And twist, I shall twist. I do not know how to twist. I do not twist. I do not twist. Goodbye. Goodbye, twist. Goodbye, twist, right? Because it doesn't get better. It only gets sicker, right? It only gets sicker. And the worst part about it is I guarantee you anytime someone is like this, anytime you see somebody who seeks to be the tug of war, I guarantee you their counterpart is going to be like absolutely psychotic. Absolutely psychotic, right? And they're psychotic twice. The reason they're psychotic twice is the fact that they realize, right? The fact that they literally realize that they have a counterpart that will constantly try to articulate. They'll constantly put them in situations and say, "Let's see who wants me more." Right? Like they're choosing that. They're choosing that every day. They're choosing that every day that the relationship could become a tug of war, right? And you'll often see that type of energy, I guarantee you this person is probably in a relationship with someone who checks their phone constantly. Like it's guard dog energy. They usually end up with a guard dog. There they are expecting there they are expecting to be in some kind of relationship where they want to be baby, and all they end up with is a situation by which they can't energetically do anything because another person articulates and says, you can't be left to your own devices, right? You can't be left to your own devices. I'm going to watch you like a hawk because you need to be controlled because you're constantly in the space by which you're trying to create tug of war scenarios, right? So typically it's literally like it's like the sick with the unwell, right? It's the relationship between the sick with the unwell, which is one person that feels like they have to literally keep their eyes on someone constantly in order for something to be healthy. and another person at every moment or opportunity, right? Looking for circumstances or situations by which they can create their fantastical tug of war scenario. And we saw this a lot in your dream space, right? Which is often like the space by which you potentially notice that someone had an inclination of never articulating what another person meant to them. This is my friend. Everyone is a friend to someone like that, right? Everyone's a friend to someone like that. Typically, energy like this is very adverse to putting a name on things. They're very adverse to calling things like this because that allows for the convenience point of saying, well, we haven't made anything official, right? We haven't made anything official. They're always on the cusp of making things official. They're always on the cusp of making things official. You're never going to get, and often energy is like, you're never going to get a ring like that, right? You're never going to get a ring like that. They're never going to give a ring to anyone. They're often going to be forced into relationship because, right? Like it's the understanding of another person that says that the only way you get anything from them is trapping them in an obligation. Trapping them in an obligation. Trapping them in an obligation. And the hard part is when you see energy like this, there's always more to the story. There's always more to the story. There's always the part of the story that they leave out. And one of the ways you can usually tell is if they talk about stories like they're always the hapless victim, right? If they have stories, again, if they talk about stories by which they're always the sad song of what life is doing to them is the song that's wrong. Because when we know our songs correctly, we're very quick to articulate and say, I messed that up. I did something there, right? When we're singing our songs correctly, our songs have the awareness of what we could have changed, what we could have done differently, right? Our songs are usually sad because there's a lamentation in them. And the lamentation is how we energetically repair. So even in the space by which they try to articulate, right? Even in the space by which they try to articulate that something occurred there, the recognition that you might not have the full story, refer back to that dream. Refer back to that dream where another person brought someone over and introduced you, right? Remember that dream where they brought someone over and they introduced you to them as your friend, as their friend, instead of their counterpart, right? Someone who identifies the fact that they have shifting priorities in terms of potentially going to others, right? Taking counterpart and third partying them, which is the space by which they start talking to another person about their counterpart as if the counterpart was third party. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yeshua never asked us to turn to him fire gospel. He asked us to embody the ways that he himself lived. Yahshua never said to worship him. He asked you to practice what he was doing. Absolutely. Thank you for the compliment, gamer. I'm so glad to hear that you're on the process of healing. Oh, that's beautiful, Rob. Thank you so much for sharing that beautiful story. And thank you for being here and receiving these messages. I feel like they are with someone well, that's why I wouldn't be surprised if they're showing up in your dream space with help me, right? Your confirmation on this is if the dream space is them feeling like you have to come rescue me, like that'll be your confirmation of the fact that that's what's occurred. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they needed to find it. Go sit in the corner somewhere. Exactly. Oh, they're cornered, right? The tug of war energy ends up cornered, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I never have I responded. Ugh, sounds exactly. Thank you for also receiving these messages, Ava, sending you support on your healing journey. Yeah, you feel like confirmation. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, well, that's why they have to. Like that type of relationship, they have to stalk their partner, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I know they tried to do that and you called them out on it. And now their family, yeah, they know. Mm-hmm. Hold on. That's again, perfect example, right? They asked you to pretend. So it's like it's working into the fiction, right? Working into the fiction of what's happening to like instead of fixing it, right? Like concentrating on appearances. I know, Bridget, but again, you're over that. Like the observation of you recognizing that that occurred is why it's not going to happen again. Absolutely. That sounds so set like so upsetting. Always having to I know it's disturbing, right? No, it's a sad state of affairs. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Yasmin. Yasmin, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And again, the list is closed today, but if you're waiting for your free one card reading as a paid member or as a super fan, we'll be starting those in about 20 minutes. Hi, Yaz. How are you doing today? Are we doing a general or do you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Oh, Dream on the Disco. Okay, so if you need another minute, if you need to write that up, I can move on to the next person on the list and we'll do you after that individual. I'm doing well today. Excellent. If that works for you, I'll just give you time to write it. In the meantime, the next person on the list for today is Tate. Tate, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as we wait for Tate's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Second call for Tate. Second call for Tate. Okay. If not, we're going to go back to Yaz. Tate! Excellent. No problem. And just a reminder to those who are joining us, if you became a super fan today or a paid member, welcome. I would encourage you to message me directly from this live with a disco gif, and I will send you an invite to our superfan only disco channel. You can introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find a special coupon code there that will give you a discount to our next tarot class, which is going to be on Thursday, July 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court card, the two cards of the minor arcana. Okay, you sent a quick question on the disco before your question, by the way. I got you, dear. No problem. Thank you for being here, receiving these messages as well, Chancellor. Excellent. And Yaz, is this inside tea or outside tea? Hmm. Okay, that's interesting. So, Yaz, this is the first time I'm hearing that. Thank you for letting me know. Um, I'm going to message you directly after this, and we'll see if we can resolve what was occurring there. I do know that in relationality to my own availability this week, I don't have any availability probably until Friday, but we can have a conversation about that. Absolutely. We'll make sure that that goes through. Okay. Nope, I see it there. Support, I have no idea what you're talking about. In relationality to any issues with the stream, you might want to refresh. And Yaz, can you let me know, in terms of your dream, is this going to be inside tea or outside tea? Yep, no problem. Absolutely. How you doing, Giggle? And while we wait for Yaz's dream to come through, is that excellent? Outside at my discretion. Perfect. And while we wait for Yaz's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Earth Dragon. Bridget, what is it that you're speaking about in relationality to Guardian? All right. If it's going to take another minute, we can move on to one card readings. Okay, please do. Perfect. Okay. And just a reminder for those who are joining us, I will be back on tomorrow if you'd like to get on the list at 7:15 a.m. PST. Oh, posted? Perfect. 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to have first priority in being read for tomorrow, the list is closed today. You can get on the list today and you'll have first priority tomorrow, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. Okay. I'm not seeing it yet. Did you post it? Okay. All right. So while we wait for Yaz's dream to post, let's warm up those. Let's get started on one card readings for super fams and for those who are paid members. So if you are a super fam who would like a card pulled, just go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a super fam and have a card pulled, all you need to do is hit that super fam button over on the clock app. If you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership entitles you to a free one card each day. 2 cards for Bridget, highest priority, please. I got it. Do you see, have you noticed? Have you noticed this card is in common? This card, I got to write this down. This card is the representative sign of your God, of your counterpart. We've been getting, every time I read for you, this card comes up. It's just every time. 3 of Wands upright. And it's speaking, and it's interesting too that you bring up the word guardian, because I feel like this, your counterpart sees you, sees themselves as your guardian, right? Like this is them, like this is them articulating upon, right? Like that's what they're here to do to a certain extent. Bottom of the deck, and I think it's also interesting the fact that it's connected to that strength card. Bottom of the deck, they finally realized that you are protecting them, is what I keep on seeing, right? I literally hear someone saying the entire time I thought I was guarding you and you were protecting them, is what they recognize. And there's something about that force of protection in relationality to understanding that when we're protecting, we do the things that we have to do, not the things we energetically want to do, right? I've been getting that too. Also, Mercy. Oh, they say the Mercy said the same thing. Makes sense again. Confirmation. Absolutely. One card, highest priority for Ella, please. Oh, here, not all battles are worth fighting. You know, like the difference between a battle, like the difference between a productive conversation and a grudge match is like you can tell, like somebody who would argue with you, like somebody who like does not want to acknowledge their feelings with you, that just likes arguing with you is what I'm getting. Particularly and especially some energy just likes to argue, right? And you don't have time to deal with contrary energy all the time. There's some energy that like no matter what you say to them, it's like everything is a power play. Everything's contrary. It could be like the sun, the sky's blue. No, it's not. Right? Like, okay, whatever. Like just let them. When you see somebody that, be like, sure, okay. Like don't get caught in an argument that isn't going anywhere. Nicole. Like some energies never finished arguing with us. Highest priority, please. Aside from my reading message today. I got you, Nicole. I want you to understand right now, you're navigating child energy. That's how your guides see it. If it's ridiculous, it is. Don't be intimidated by child energy, which is energy that does things, right? Like energy that does things just to potentially try to get a rise from you. It's not cute. It's not cute. It's not cute. It's deplorable, right? Is what I keep on seeing. Yeah. Thank you for confirmation. Tate, there you are. I was looking for you. No, we're waiting for you. Yes, Tate, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question? Anybody who hasn't posted a one card yet, please hold. Lisa, one card for my relationship with them. I think they have to recognize the fact that this is the way it is now. Right? You're not taking anyone away from anything. Right? You're not taking anyone away from anyone. They're just holding on too tight. Right? Yeah, animal, or like again, they need to learn to let go respectfully. Respectfully, that's what good parents do. The beautiful work, the beautiful art of letting go. Mhm. Absolutely. Yes, I see you, dear. Excellent. We're doing a love reading for Tate. Excellent. All right, let's get to it. Oh, Minnie. Okay, please hold on the one cards. Minnie, your card flew out, so I've got you. One card on current energy of my partner, especially after these 2 weeks. I feel like I see somebody who's just exhausted, who just wants some time for rest and recuperation. I see someone who doesn't want to go anywhere. They just want to relax with you. You know, they just want to be able to relax and kick back. Yeah. Like not even going somewhere. Like it's giving me staycation vibes. Like, can I just hold you? Can we just relax? Can we just be sedentary? Thank you, dear. Mm-hmm. All right. And again, we're doing a love reading for Tate. Before we start with Tate's love reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal this card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the water dragon. And I'm going to pin up Tate. Everybody's ready for Tate tea. And guys, I'm pinning up Tate here. Guys, make sure to give Tate some love. Can I get 3 cards for Tate, please? 4 cards for Tate. Oh my. What is this? Why am I seeing a fiery water sign around you? This is a fiery water sign. This is a spicy fish. Okay, spicy fish. Um, Here's the thing about it. I mean, I like, you know, it's like here's the thing. Like I see somebody. Like I see somebody here. Like they're a little intimidating. You know, I can see it. They're a little like they're a little intimidating, but I'm getting that their heart's in the right place. You know, that's the hard part. Like I see somebody who we got to talk about the nature of overstepping because I see someone who's honest to a fault. Like I see somebody who is honest to a fault. They don't pull a punch. They say what they mean what they say. You know? There is no beating around the bush with this one. Like this person will find the bush, will set fire to the bush. Is what I keep on saying. They'll find the bush. They will set fire to the bush. They're just very and I think that there's something important there, um, as it relates to like the thing about it. I gotta tell you, like the one thing I gotta tell you about this energy is the libido on this energy. Okay. It's just- I'm just seeing something here. And the thing about it is like I feel like I see somebody here that is working really hard to heal their libido, right? Like I literally see somebody who's working really hard to heal their libido, which is them trying to articulate the fact that there's nothing wrong with a libido as long as one is in a space by which one is being honest about it. You know? Like I literally see somebody who has some kind of fear of relationship because they feel like like it giving me somebody who fears that their libido breaks partnership. But I don't necessarily see this being an energetic problem for you. You know, the only thing I identify about this is you might have to like I think that you might have to have some kind of energy with someone in terms of identifying that good things don't be need to be rushed, right? Good things don't need to be rushed, but also it's really hard to make you blush is what I keep on getting. Good things don't need to be rushed, and also it's very hard to make you blush because I just keep on seeing somebody who, and I want to stress this, if you've noticed a little bit of caginess in relationality to another person's like feelings around a relationship, I feel like this is why, right? Don't let somebody here say don't let somebody here say that they're not cut out for relationship. It feels more like they just haven't found a partner that can energetically keep up with them, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like there's something about that there is some kind of healing moment I see between you and another person. Because I see somebody navigating relationship with a bit of cynicism, you know? Like I see somebody who potentially has kind of I keep on it's interesting too because I keep wondering there are two different contexts by which another person energetically gives up on things. There's the context by which another person gives up on things because um they feel that they're energetically hopeless versus the context of feeling, right? Like I see somebody who, um like, I just keep on hearing there's nothing wrong with this individual beyond the fact that I feel like they've had a lot of relationships with individuals that could not keep, I keep on hearing, they could not keep up with their song, is what I keep on hearing, right? Which is the space by which I see, um the space by which I see somebody who has a bit of a tendency, like I see somebody who has a lot of this like go big or go home kind of mentality for things, which is like the observation of, like, I just see them like it's like they work, 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 they play, they play, they play, they play, and then immediately like another person, um trying to effectively, like, meanwhile another person's like just getting out of bed. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me that type of energy. Like I literally see somebody who does not like to waste a drop of time. And I feel like the the thing you have to effectively articulate to them, bottom of the deck, is you've been hurt before by people who want to rush processes, right? You've been hurt before by others who effectively don't want to build consistently into something, but are looking for just immediate gratification. So I think that there's a conversation of you to have with another person about why you potentially feel wariness in relationality to them wanting to kind of move very quickly upon things. And I like to point out, anything good, anything healthy can be slowed down, right? Anything healthy can be slowed down, which means it's not the space by which we're not eager to do something, but we build we build we build intimacy with each other so that we can explore more, is what I keep on seeing. And I think that there's something really important about that. We build intimacy with each other so that we can explore more, which is the understanding of recognizing that a healthy relationship is one that prioritizes, right? It's one that prioritizes connection, not gratification. So I feel like that's your ability of communicating to another. You'll know if this energy is ready, is like ready to be in relationship with you, if they're moving on your timeline. Remember, I feel like this is a continuation of some work that I see that you've been navigating with your guides. Your timeline does not damage anything. Your timeline protects you from those that do not want to prioritize you. I feel like you need to write that down, right? Your timeline protects you from those that do not want to work in pace with you. Let you set the pace, and let that pacing tell you everything you know as to the energy that truly wants to invest in you. Thank you so much, Tate, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I'm going to take a moment to, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. Yeah, it does. Oh, say Sag and Scorpio cusp. That's a spicy fish I was seeing. Yeah, water dragon swan, same thing. Exactly. I got you. Excellent. Nice energy. Yeah, remember. Bridget works a ton. No, I see it. Yeah, I feel like a lot of timing lessons lately. No, I can see it. Right? Like I see somebody who's really eager, but this is a really busy time for them. All right, my friends, getting back to one card readings. One card readings for those who are oh wait, Yaz. No, wait, no, not one card. Yaz. We got you do Yaz's dream. Yaz, you put your dream up? I got you, Ivana. Again, we don't look at the cards to make decisions for things, but I feel like you already have this ability. You know? Yeah, especially with the Three of Swords. It says to me there's something occurring there in terms of identifying something that you've already been doing. Yeah, the dog energy, right? It's the observation, it's the observation of that guardian energy is what I keep on seeing. Remembering that you're like, it's like there's something that's happening there in relationality to your guide and you. Yeah, you're welcome, dear. Okay. So Nabatia, these are one card readings we were doing one card readings for those who are paid members. The list is closed today. So if you'd like to become a paid member, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Or you can get on the list for today and you'll be the first to be read for tomorrow before we start the daily collective. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. And we're now doing a dream interpretation for Yaz. But before we continue with Yaz's dream interpretation, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. We'll do that again after the next reading. And it's a dream, so I'm going to bust out the dream coconut. Ooh, I like that one. I'm going to pin up here. Yaz, is this inside tea or outside tea? Okay. Perfect. Nikki, calm down. Excellent. Okay. Is it inside tea or outside tea? Outside. I wanted to read on a dream sequence I had a few days ago. As you know, I usually have multiple dreams per night. I can't read on all of them, so I chose a few that I felt were important, relevant. Yes, the night before I said that there was something very important related to the Akashic in your readings. Part 1, I'm with my friend. As we park in front of my house, I notice my childhood best friend's older brother and girlfriend making out in a car outside. People I haven't seen or thought of in years. I turn to my friend to begin talking about the man who hurt me as a child. Feeling sad, I rest my head on her shoulder and think about how I don't want to go home and be alone. As if she senses this, she tells me she doesn't want to leave me by myself. I admit I'm afraid of feeling the sadness once again, um, once alone, reflecting a real life fear. Not wanting to hold her back, I eventually say goodbye. Walking up the driveway, I find the garage door open and my parents arguing outside. A younger version of my sister or a little girl whispers that my father has said deeply hurtful things to my mom, claiming he could do whatever he wanted to her because she was like an object. I feel shocked, protective, and angry. Either or I or the little girl confront him and tell him that although he sees himself as calm and predictable, the family never knows which version of him they'll get and constantly walk on eggshells around him, mirroring. He seems genuinely confused, unable to see it. My father then transforms into an old friend or situationship I no longer speak to due to ambiguous energy. He begins guilt tripping me for things that aren't my fault and expresses how unsupported he feels despite all claims to give. Through text, I explain that care and support require reciprocity. Using examples and metaphors, he stops responding. I'm not surprised. The setting shifts to a pottery or ceramics class as I continue trying to get through to him, hoping understanding might lead to greater closeness, but I never receive a reply. Important symbol. I remember hearing again the song Edelweiss around that time. Part two, I'm a famous singer preparing to perform on stage. I feel extremely anxious and vulnerable, as though I've just experienced a trauma. I expected to go on stage naked, which makes me feel exposed and afraid. I have to fly through the stage attached to a harness and perform. A supportive male stage coordinator helps me. He holds my waist, helps me there, and that lets me do my thing. When I'm done, he's waiting behind the curtains to catch me, hold me, and help me safely back to the ground. I feel supported and protected. Although I'm still full of adrenaline, I'm proud of myself for doing it. It feels like people expect me to soar effortlessly, but they don't see how exhausting it is. The performance feels like the first show of a much greater, larger tour. It's scary, but I'm excited to see what's ahead. The song titled Scared of My Guitar. Part three, my friend and my ex best friend both want to have a sleepover with me on the same night. I have to choose between them, but one is already in my basement with my mom preparing a bed on the floor. I feel excited and go to hug her. In the meantime, my ex secretly installs a camera in a library and was monitoring everything I did, including my mother. I discovered the password to his account and found it insulting. Whenever I was in the library, I felt anxious, watched, and worried he might show up. Eventually, I turned the camera face down so he could no longer see me, wanting privacy and peace, especially with my friend coming over for the sleepover. Part four, I'm at a childhood best friend's house, babysitting multiple cats. A family is having dinner. I feel pressure to manage tension and prevent the cats from fighting while also sensing judgment or disapproval from the visiting mother and grandmother. Later, the visiting father asked my dad questions about how chaos, hardship, or difficult family experience have shaped his life. My dad became defensive and insisted there had been no real hardship, pointing to material success and the size of the house as proof everything was fine. Meanwhile, I found myself thinking that I'd actually preferred my old house over this house. I felt relieved thinking we might still own it and wouldn't lose it. I'm aware that this might be too many. Absolutely. I got you, dear. Can I get 4 cards, please? We're going to have 1 card for each part of the dream. We're going to start the dreams backwards to forwards, which says the dreams themselves, it's an Akashic read because it's showing you the full shape of what you're working to karmically heal through shadow work. This is a reminder that often shadow work is revealed to us in the dream space by individuals that we know it would never come from. So even though we see a lot of familial connections here, they may be making you aware of something, not in the context by which you're expecting to find it through them, but they're helping you see something that you yourself are in the process of healing from because it's the last place that you would have energetically expected it. And a lot of this has to do with the acknowledgement that we cannot heal what we refuse to accept. That when we're not in the space, the first step of any healing journey is acceptance. Because if not, we will go to great lengths to energetically avoid what everyone can see clearly. And what do we see? There's obviously a conscientious note here about navigating karmic situations that are occurring by which everybody else can see the healing that another person is needing. But meanwhile, another person outright refuses to acknowledge it. And this is the observation of often what happens from those who experience profound trauma, because those who come from abusive environments often try to point towards a metric of their success by trying to articulate that they didn't have it all that badly. But you'll also notice that somebody says, I didn't have it all that badly, isn't talking about how great it was, right? Like there it is. Like there's the sound of the trauma, because that's what you'll often hear with someone who's navigating an abusive environment. Those who are often truly victimized can be categorized or found because, right, they're constantly, what are they constantly doing? They're constantly diminishing the amount of hurt that they experienced, right? They're looking at their trauma and going, well, it could have been worse. And being like, well, that doesn't give indications of the fact that it was better, was it? So we see the fact, right? We see the space by which another individual, right, working to heal from trauma related to another that doesn't recognize the fact, and this is the worst part about it, when we don't acknowledge the trauma that we've experienced, we often inadvertently replicate it. right? Because it's the space by which we're trying desperately to normalize it. Because if we normalize it, then we weren't hurt by it. So we see you, and again, even in the context of your family, having to navigate a situation with an individual who refuses to admit the fact that they were deeply abused and instead is trying to come into the space of normalizing the trauma that they experience. Now, it's beneficial in relationalities or situations like this is in the modality by which another person grows into maturity and has to articulate to them that something isn't okay, right? It often can feel devastating because the energy doesn't realize the fact that they've been performing trauma because they assume that everybody else was experiencing that too. And often the context of recognizing that is the space by which they finally leave the space by which the trauma was normalized for others to start articulating how abnormal something is. So what do we see that's occurring in a lot of these dream space? We see others trying to help another person recognize that their upbringing was not only abnormal, but it was deeply unhealed, potentially in the experience of others having to rally around an individual to say, you can't do that. That's not okay. And often in the context by which that happens, it can create, right? It can create a lot of, I like to describe heart opening moments because it's often there's two different individuals that exist on this earth, right? There are those that do something wrong because they recognize that there are an array of choices before them, right? They recognize that there's an array of choices and they're choosing the worst one. And then there's some energy that does something simply because they didn't realize that there was another path through. And so we see that this is you having to, and here's the worst part about it, even when you recognize that it's happening, right? It doesn't make it okay. Because the only thing that makes it okay is when you bring that awareness there. And if another person doesn't want to be aware of it, there's no possibility of it healing. So we see that this is something that you learned in childhood, potentially from an energetic connection where you saw and observed that occurring, right? The inadvertent trauma that can come from someone that doesn't know any better versus the experience that you saw in relationship where you started to see the same pattern recognition of that occurring. And what did you try to do? You tried to make someone aware of what was happening. And instead of wanting to receive it, what? They went silent. So experiencing the trauma of never knowing if what you experienced there was them being intentionally trying to hurt you, or being struck dumb by the awareness that you were bringing them of it, right? That the trauma that you experienced in never knowing if that person stopped speaking to you because they were embarrassed or because they recognized that you caught on to their grift. Now, this brings us to, and this is the guide showing you the way to be able to calibrate between the difference of that. And they're showing it to you in the form of the guide in terms of you being in a performance space, which is when another person recognizes that we're being vulnerable, when another person recognizes that we're putting our life at stake. The sound that they should be effectively bringing towards us is holding us and making sure that we're carefully secured. Because there we see, right, that was what was happening with you on that phone call. You were putting yourself in a profoundly vulnerable moment in terms of expressing to another how you felt or how what you were experiencing from them was helping you. So what you were doing, even in that moment, is they're showing that you were acting for them as someone securing their vulnerability. And likewise, you should have received the same, which is another person acknowledging and recognizing that you are laying yourself bare for them, all for what benefit, right? You wouldn't do that because it was making it easier for you. You were doing the hard work, right? You were saying something to them by which there was nothing beneficial that could occur from it beyond the fact that you knew that it was what was energetically needed. So it was the vulnerability that you were trying to do to make something more secure. And the only thing that you should potentially receive from an experience of that is another person, right? The supportive coordinator that helps you, that holds your waist, that helps you get there, and then lets you do your thing. And when you're done expressing it, where are they? They're waiting behind the curtains to catch you and to hold you and to help you feel safely to the ground and you feel supported and protected because that is the feeling of your counterpart. That's what it will feel like when you come into contact with your counterpart. When you lay yourself bare in making them aware, right? They're not going to be scared of your guitar, right? They're going to be there to catch you because they recognize that that is you, right? That is you taking a risk for them and them meeting you because they recognize how much you risk in expressing that for the sake of building a more stable relationship. Bottom of the deck on this reading, Knight of Swords, and it's upright. What's interesting about this is in the context of friendship, it's the same thing, right? Friendship should not feel like a tug of war. And what we're identifying that's happening is you've been going through a lot of experiences by which energy, and I need to point this out, you identified the fact that you said that there was that wound by which another person said, right? What did you say? You're treating me like a toy, right? You identified the fact that there was a childhood wound that happened in terms of another person articulating that they felt like they were being treated like a toy, which is energy that was effectively, like I said, that same tug of war. Someone more invested in vying for another's attention instead of paying attention to how that might be making one feel. So the context by which you identified the space by which there were two individuals that wanted to spend time with you. And instead of trying to figure out a reasonable way to effectively navigate that, they effectively made you choose. Another person making you choose is actually them objectifying you, right? Because the modality by which we don't objectify each other, which is the quality by which we make each other choose, because that's the state or the nature by which we say, right? Healthy relationship is not about power. It's not about energetic control, but those that are energetically immature will often try to calibrate and say you have to choose because that and often what happens, we lose those relationships because you say I choose nobody. I choose nothing because it's the observation that energy that says you have to choose. Never will you be more objectified, right? Never are you being more objectified than when another person articulates that you have to choose because they're not seeing the emotional position that they're putting you in. They're just seeing you as an object that they want full access or control to. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Yaz. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Absolutely. And thank you guys for supporting each other in these reads. Absolutely. Huge boom of thunder. Thank you as well, Bridget. That's crazy. I had a dream installing a security cam, and this has to do with the security cams as well, because it's the observation of energy that shouldn't be doing things to see what you do, right? Having to walk away from situations by which energy was putting you in uncomfortable situations to see what you would do is the amplification of someone that does not care about you. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm at my job, and just where I'm standing, the light bulb turned on and off. Confirmation, so true. A lot of minimizing the experience and overlooking the reality. A lot of sense. I think they believe everyone went through that. Yeah, this is my story too. Thank you guys for supporting each other in these messages. I know that they're intense. Yeah, they're not scared of your counterpart will never be scared of your guitars. They'll be harmonizing with you. Mhm. Yeah, making you choose is objectification, exactly. All right, my friends. I'm doing well today. Anything, how are you doing? All right, my friends, final call right now. And again, thank you, Yaz, for that dream. Final call right now for anyone who is a subscribe super fam or anyone who's a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos who has not had a card pulled today. If you are, if you are and you haven't posted, just go ahead and put your question up. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. And if you want to become a super fam or paid member, now is the time by which you can do so. All right. How are you doing today, Jamie? One card for Ava on the soul sister that came through in the last reading, please. I keep on seeing the seven of wands and its reversal. You'll know them because they'll always have your back, even when they're telling you something that's hard to hear. Animal oracle. They won't ever keep something from you. They'll keep you in the know. Absolutely. One card for Nikki. Highest priority. Keep on giving someone a pep talk. Keep on reminding them that they're doing great. Yeah, Ace of Wands, right? All we can do is put one foot in front of the other, right? Let like with the bull energy, like the sound of doing the right thing over and over again is the sound of building integrity, right? It's not something that we do for credit. It's because we do it because we know that that's the right thing to do. Everything is seen. Absolutely. But that's the thing, Yaz. Your observation of those who test your limits, but you walking away is you healing the energy around you. Yaz, one card, highest. I like that you wrote highest party. And that's what happens. This is you finding your soul family, right? All of these lessons are helping you ascend into relationships that aren't going to be built on a proof, but instead in mutual appreciation. You're so welcome, dear. Absolutely. Thank you. Oh, you have a beautiful day, Ivana. I know, bull again, 2 days in a row. All right, my friends, welcome from India, Amit. All right, my friends, blessings to you as well, Andrea. Excellent. Welcome as well, Janaradan. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. My friends, I want to thank you so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you missed the Daily Collective, it should be available now over on my stack. You can also catch it over on the place where we keep the videos or as a podcast over on Spot. I'll be back on tomorrow at our usual time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you get on the list today, you'll have first priority tomorrow, which means you'll be read before we start the Daily Collective. If you became a super fan or paid member today, welcome. Message me directly with a disco gift and I'll send you an invite to the super fan only disco channel. You can introduce yourself to the collective and you'll also find there a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our next tarot class. Which will be on Thursday, July 17th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our study. So we're going to, there she is. We're going to be continuing our studies in the tarot with a focus on the two cards of the minor arcana. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.